How are you doing this morning, my friend, fellow? There's been times when I've journeyed and I could store my stuff, but there's no way I could live with my stuff. So I had to learn what was most important on my shamanic path to take with me. And I couldn't exactly worry about it in a backpack. That was impractical. What kind of weight just buried on my shoulders. But one thing I learned about armor, medieval armor, is that if it's properly distributed upon the body, well, we could walk along with 100 pounds strapped to us. And I'll tell you what, I walked with bad posture with a slump on my back. I couldn't last an hour in that armor. I stood up straight with my back straight up, good posture, and I could maintain that suit of armor all day long. Taught me the importance of how bad posture can greatly affect one's ability of endurance. Endurance is a trait that many people pass up for power or speed or smarts. But I've found that endurance, most people, they give up because they're looking at a short gain win. They got a short attention span and they want a short win. So I play the long haul game. Long haul plan, long haul life, long haul everything. And people can't understand. People can't keep up. People give up halfway through. Because they signed up for something much more shorter, much more sweeter, much more savory. And you want to get a win on me, whew, you're going to walk away. Fuck. I don't want another one of those. Oh, I did. Put something in a different spot than what I normally put it in. And then this, oh, I found it. My feathers. I'm like, where are my feathers? Where's my bag? I put my feathers in my hair. I'll put them over here. Why have feathers in your hair? Well, for tribal reasons, there are particular reasons why you got feathers in your hair, why you got feathers, why you were allowed to do so. And then There's the shamanic aspect, in which if you have bone, feather, you have any part of that animal as part of your accessories, as part of items on your clothing, then you can connect. If you can connect with that species telepathically, then anybody nearby them, they can also send messages and receive messages from. We rely on satellites. The divine consciousness relies upon life. Alright, all ready to get started? I'm ready to get started. Before we kick off, Carter saying that you've been having interesting experiences. I would like to state that you are doing some things very, very correctly in your life. You've actually taken some hints that the universe has directed out, and you've been able to navigate and make proper choices. And in doing so, these interesting experiences are alignments in your favor. You know that expression, may the odds ever be in your favor. Well, if somebody truly decides to go on that journey, it doesn't take packing your bags. It doesn't take a major life change. It takes a choice, and that choice is going to lead one to different destinations, and those different destinations are going to be alignments, interesting experiences. Keep up with it. Keep following your heart. Keep doing what you do, and that from the start each day, it will keep happening for you. It's wonderful the way that kind of kicks together. That's what I found personally myself. Get a couple of these bad boys out here. Oh, my fan's on. You can probably hear the fan starting. My brain's like, I want a pink one. I want a pink one. It's got to be pink, not rosy. It's got to be pink. That one's pink. But that one is rosy. I got that one out. I was like, that'll be alright. And then I got that one out last night. But it's like, no. Right now it's going pink ones. some smells just bring pleasure to the senses. Shield for it, back of the chair. This portion I'm going to share. I've shared it once before, but it's not usual I do this before a jam. If you know anything about making talismans, you pour your energy into an object, and now the object resonates at that vibration. Whatever the object is, it's resonating at the energy I put into it. Pay attention to the words in the beginning. By cup and sword, wand and shield. So literally within the past 5 days, 4 days, I finally got cup, sword, wand, and shield fully talismaned. And that's really at the heart of the jams that I bring together. That's what I set up at the chair in the beginning. That's the throne chair, and we'll perhaps go into more of that today. I've got some different pictures and whatnot around of that. And the throne chair is not about a seat of position. It was an ability. It was a magical formula to be able to resonate at a higher frequency. So much love, many blessings. If you really want to enjoy the jam, and it's practically a prayer, but full-on communication and complete blessings in other languages. If you want to tap into it and close your eyes, if you want to watch or just whatever you do is part of your jam, go ahead and do it. Much love, many blessings. Thank you, and I love you, my friend fellow. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know, and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to wait the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom, birth, sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and children, one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warriors, spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare us for battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind vile, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Compasiana Compa, Zidingerkia Compasiana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your heckle and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renos Isekio was opportunity to hit Hirusha and just Hirukai Korkutijani was Maha, Pratu give a second toes, I bid to give Shakins and Asaramen. Un Basharmataya Sawak, Bashmanatayas, Varam Nunan in an Uran in an Uran and Haram Dumbo Shin Sharon, Manishan, Tariasawak, Misharaya, Yantrayas, Vaha, Wing on Permimbron, onde Rashita Partono Suak, onde Trashi, Atrajiva, Ranas, Vaha, Rudadi, the Rudadi, the Rudada. Kringon from Chong Krang from Hong Chong Shong on Hayaba Sharamataya Suwako Hayaba Shomanatayas Baha Rimong from Onamakusanum Maranum Kanam Namahas Matapas Hanum Ham who Hahi Rodo Galilula Kringon Kong Nai Maria Suwako Yaya Mayas Baha Shring on Gong on a hero t-shirt hapat high suwagom shorty hitch and dogi chivatis for handun and no nanin half king of plumping pong on sherry chipat suwagom shisha ivara tayas for ha when I got a shot from those who walk on my car key, boo baby boo bear, board, bear, board, babu bear, wrong men. Renos is a kill, we was on Putura, I hear Hirusha, and Jusiru, I got Jenny was Maha, Torasuki, the set the tolls, I beat the two deep shirkins in a salmon, Parshuju, Baru, Gilma, Kapol, Momo, Lalamo, Pogo, General, Bolo, Barana, Barako, Short, Bakistan, Balasaro, Prico, and Belu, Motionabo, Poruni, Yubian, Canton, Belu, Google, Ekorpedishu Gila Gobolo Gilmama Shell Gurisuluma Bobo Maruka Ragaziku Gigim Gamprana Ruba Kalamus Yukini Gibilano Shaju Mashanana Sarolim Parmatatu Sisi Mashinana Rona Ramani Dumudu Ratiki Lugur Zitor Kinman Gagol Zikor Neni Korn Beru dedicate Garin of Talaku Maru Kuku Kakumas Persana Sikari Mashti Sharu Matapa Kadag Lugador Marata Garbon Maruku Kuris Sarulu Barmas came to Jetigu Game Lugatan Makio Parukuna Lugatan Makio Panar Pishu Saruli Munamana Tatu Sari Mashikarano Solomana that walk Ver Palina Taramaru Daga to Kumash Mashti Sore Mashan and Corso Gore Masharus Sierra Pedico Paparazu Kampa Lugala Borakni Boy at King Baratimo Aru Kakudamu Niduam Gashti. We are also Ronofras whom is found perfect before the nothing of becoming will share you. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that we may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronopus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making a stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power in deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemet Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady Iset and Nebasal Happy, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Leakingly news kirjille staksare per tu martikuli tukni isli bi ja luar mesjerken mesjari lusajansi jamila rartu tumu jirksha isa ya riega biesha jireka du birra laka isa ya riega limo tu kurun kima kusri tili shami ina zumria riesa yan zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria zilika ina zumria du birra ina zumria laka ina zumria tatara ina zumrelata texi ina zumrelata karuba ina zumrelata sabanika nish mashkap tulu tamatunu nish ingipe kimlitu tamatunu nish manduk mashmashalani lu tamatunu nish kishbar tamikunulu tamatunu ina zumrelayu taprasama ya tunani ya barnani nani ba perik ba gabayiz ba karbor akarbor ba karbayiz ba karbor ba garbayiz akarbaiz ba perik benani ba lunani ya korbor yarin ba gorarim ba gormer ya ki yaksaka ki yasaktu ki yasoru ki ketulu ya Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Anushi King God Suki Sharkika Godash Saramarayan Guru Kalamas Nikurin Karnam Guru Nexon Kukariashi Kumurkutu Siana Kampasiki Kampaka Lubaran Topara Shakparaki Gimbara Torbarata Lolbaramas Gimbara Tuparaki Papara Tubara Subara Karubara Urukubara Kolor Barala Tubara Tuxalatin Nazula Lazoladin Nazul Gim Soladin Nazum Lazoladin Nazul Soladin Nazum Maskim Soladin Nazul Pardani Nazul Ziana Kampasiki Kampa on Sigar Bari Nagisha Jurgishu or Mancha Sigar Bari Sigar Shubarai Zi Sharma Namsayan or Trey Sharki or Goa Barn Guru Indianam Dea Sasara Peter Salamari Avarti Nariana Saji Sherisana Sani Visi Kiropan Makulukuro One Kariti Hari Haran Maya Papudasan Karana Namaskaran Mantra Om Ramatra Yartama Om Rimaro Var Yartama Om Rum Shriya Yartama Om Ram Pratap Yartama Om Ram Kakari Kanama Om Rapushtel Nama Om Ram Yaranga Bar Haryana Om Rimari Karianama Om Rumari Yartama Om Rim Savitra Nama Om Ramar Karikatama Om Ram Baskar Nama Om Ram Sri Professor Yani Yartamaha Parosi Ayasa Stamaskarin Nikorvan Dini Ayo Pressam Bala Vietnam Tissue Tessam Kajayarte Hong Kring Mong Roso Hong Kring Bong Shimashaka Shapia Kushapia Pishamush Pistia Kimati Norkudu shula limli shulu li shulu bula tuku epita shurong ke mama na artu ina tiki ai tu shulu li mutuma na kulu doi shulu ni shuma na kulu ordin shulu li tu shuru mana kulu tari terama shaluti shakar shati sharushi arpushu shurpi arki shurpu yushi dingar koko shabakam bang ke bigirba Gebil kashu mana yang dulu custe lani oleani ol mari arki kispori yazi yazi ringar jarak gampa inki mardu korsemi toki shabu banana sham tolina hai kispor bagi bil bagi harazi gaga kampat kampat dulu shari yon kulushi shari yuli la kulushi shari yuli ni kulushi shari yuli si kulushi shari yuli te kulushi shari yuli ni kulushi shari yuli ni kulushi shari yuli katin kulushi shari yudenel ikunulin putin azumri alu taprasama Agama saratu wisma sarati sharmushulu shuru shishali nuti zizani melani rabuti shimaya rabarati dina dina dilim halsi kumushi alani mushiti yama sarati isma sarati baits masaratu wisma saratu agama saratu yama saratu gera valgoni shamashkori yama saratu sikia kampapar kolom nefki yashotabara masaratu bara Vishnu himisnar ver nama sam kuberari nama Dumutef kubera nebukor hodef rompri vidatu bumi devi ametan dumutef nuksek Rumeria kinanetef sadam tari nekef tausu kore te kerte seb sonamor siri utuk sultorata te sanohami sanari namaha omiam rayat namaha kopsrom vendrom tejas takto agnaya merk kopsrom nuksek isotunam sexem takes uek sakai karte karnanen kabai kartar nangor sertef saruna pek merkola kutulu tadaraka agniom ramagnari namaha umami mari namaha habi yarmo mazaratu talaya maran habi no kabi seki nam sekseteptek os kutulu atalak agnium ramagnari nam homami amari nam harati yarmo mazaratu taraya marna habino kabi seki sarunam sektepatek huwi ke erte ekor tananek tiptier tamormatu yanu yan gineri tiarak sasong samrak sasari nam famvarunari nam imsar varuna vartatu selmarari yamerkanim senukim setsiaki sarunam seksaruna pek Mencepsenu tuni kupite arama utundruate zabzikin garanek masilingar kia kebasa peu payom yang bayur ver namar marsili morkula morlu mormartu silingaran masilingar kia kempau tu sutora tata kutsudula laka asaktu titakala yanu yan ki sampeu umrim bramar ner namar bramu namu maharo maksara tu bautet seraya merang keberanu pakabram kabru Yabem kebrasha kebrem ra molulu asaktu titakala nesrati namu maharo Jojorate usara masvati omiketet sepex tortentu neverandu def mesu wef netor hrim hom surya yartamaha hrim shrim chandra yartamaha hrim shrim mangali yartamaha shrim mamburi yartamaha hrim brahmraspati yartamaha hrim shrim shukra yartamaha hrim shrim samchana yartamaha hrim robert namaha hrim ketuver namaha japakusum samka shamka yamaha dayal kim tamorim sarvapapag nam pranotos mindiva karam dalai shankar kishor bar kishororana vasambhavam namami shashar nam somam chambor mukor kabushar nam darani karva samputam viryukarti samaprabham kumaram shakti hastam tamangalam pranamamiam priyangu karika sharmam roperna pratimam burham somyam kunopertam tamburham pranamamiam devanam chari chernam chakorom kanchana sanibam buri butam talukasham tam namami priyaspatim imam praninamu kalina devyarnam paramam korom sarva sastra pravaktaram barkavam pranamamiam nilanjana samapasam ravi putram yamagrajam chacharam matanta sambutam tam namami chana swaram karikam mahaviryam chandradika vimardaram samikal garba samputam tam rahum pranamamiham prasa pushpasam karasham taraka graham asakam rorom konkurom tam ketum pranamamiham ombramam rodi tripura kani pamu shashi burni sutabura shakuru shashukura sharni reu ketu surva graham ama superapartam kurume shanti ombor wars war tata vitor pani amar goromas yardi ama indian no patrodayat tata swaha hari tata swaha nanasin yanamrasiti yasini yanapa samagana saya kia kampa magapati anana kampa mashurika nanasia kampa yamagya sagastena kia ashtakaloj nebo Curious, Yatrot, Riangar, Curias, Bolimos, or Sifurnes, Canapasal, Sakas, talas kanpa ebosa tantos kanpa yakashia sashia kukolomani yashia markali strali bari yagusheria yarnana yarnen yarshapa marchach karani yaramilu yakshi strali kanpa inanas yarma kanpa bisarma kanpa ya bejira lurki shumashuru yatu gavs rozulki sekatamani yatri Portalak Tarmani Yan Karpazing Garu Yakamazing Garustu Yakampazisha Zera Kuzi Paradukanpa Yarstakanpa Yana Gormasaparuna Gormasabaru Yayar Yasiri Ziding Yarangakampa Yangari Yazingiria Yangia Ziding Yarnin Yakampa Yakatalemiak Yatarakampa Marukumu Paru Sigala Yarda Gariama Babornesh Yamaruku Yatuku Sorim Sukorim Zarim Zagarim Magsanana Paya Kuku Inim Kamano Yardu Yandara Yazi Bartuba Ubal Kuber Teriku Pagaga Kampa Belsi Exact Bat Pazak Baron Noise like Nushuki Gam Asuki Shariga God Ashes Yaramara Yaring Guru Kalamas Niku Dingerni Nakuru Nexaniku Kayash Shumur Kutu Ușovar Geneva Geni Prashet Sat Sostro Mamju Sharfa Karnathan Makone Prarni Devi Parti Prandia Ranu Vratham Charasi Vishvaharte Om Devikari Yanya Namahakari Yari Mahamaria Mahariorikinya Deshwari Namkup Surtam Devi Parti Mekuruter Namaha Om Devendrani Namastu Briam Devendra Priya Pamini Viva Ham Bardiakar Goldiam Srikraro Aparum Charter Hime Isera Sora Started DNA Kata Medically Nanagi Chimani to Winvavel Natorno Torno Borbor Vaswa Hat has Veter Varniam Barkud Vasya Dermania Dunion no Pratudad Ipsos Ipsos Cornishon Torota Torora Taro Torara to Abrahadabra Ungong Gang Gang Gong Krang Kring Kong Bang Gong Hung Shring Kutong Gong Tong Bang Om Trambakamasas Mahe Sukum Dimpus Divar Haramorva Rukami Babanath Yomuk Yer Namaha Rim Hum Chom Krum Krumaku Jirke Chom Krum Shrim Hum Shrim Chom Krum Kujerka Krom Chom Hum Amare Agri Porana Kurawazi and Om Shukray Tamha Shum Shrim Om Bastom Medi He Shukrays Vaha Kling Kali Hum Svaha Sorva Pista Medehi Memahali Ger Namaha San King Joju Lang Den Zun Sun Ching Shu Lang Din Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Merti Rama Mano Rame Sastornam Taturian Ram Nam Parnatne Umnea Karikat Nam Homakandaria Vedarmare Vakatunaria de Maitano Tandi Prachudaya Vakatunama Karia Sonia Koti Samaprana Norikanam Kurumindevar Sor Korver Shur Vara Srikoro Soros Roj Rashnish Manemo Kore Suro Fornura Guvor Pimosa Sujurtaku Forchor Burhi Hintanu Jani Kusumiro Pavankumor Borboli Vidiator Humor Hera Poleso Picordi Hariman Yan Gunsigar Jakar Pisti Hundu Kujar Garam to Dadalit Partama Jani Puntuban Sortnamaha Mahaveva Kwambesurangi Kumartini Vorsumerike Sanki Kuchan Varabari Subesikaran Kunko Kuchi Keso Vojru Volshi Vorage Korte Vorjori Husos Korsuvan Kusrin and Antesh Pratama Hajak Parandan Vidivan Kulia teach to Rom Koshkari Bikuato Prabhutori the Serbicorea Ramlekan Sitaman Basias Rikurushoros Rosh Nishmane Mukure Surovaru Raguvavi Moja Sujura Kufor Chorburi Tin Tarucha Liki Sumiro Pavan Kumor Borburi Vidiatrumo Hira Ukoleso Vigorje Hariman Gangun Sigorje Karpisti Lokujalva Ram to Dadalir Partamanjani Putrapan Sorta Mahama Vivan Beshori Kumarini Borsamerica Sanki Kachan Paraveris Besikan Kunko Kujiki Silver Vos Road Borje Verroje Korte Komorshore Hos Horses of Korsu Bankusanin and Dantish Prutat Mahajag Parantan San Video Parangoniati Totoron Koshkari Bikuotor Pravusarita Silvikorasia Ramakan Manhasia Sukshma Rupdari Yarhi Rikarava Vikara Rupdari Lankaja Rava Bima Rupdari Aswa Sankara Ramachadar Kikasan Var Lori Sorshivan Kanji Shri Raguber Shiolori Ragupari Kirhi Bahur Barletu Montpri Parati Sampe South Banantum Horo Yashkarvi Uskahi Shri Parikan Lorikarve Sakari Pramari Munesin Ratsarat Sarhite Yam Kubordi Korta Hante Kabikabor Korhi Sarge Karanter Tumu Korsugraven Kerner Ramri Lagi Rash Partenentum Horo Mantrovi Varshin Manolankas Waraborgi Shub Jagana Sub Sahasra Jojan Parparhio Dario Torhi Makor Porjar Nu Prabul Mutrikum Berri Mulk Marhi Jarta Dilogi Karv Rosh Rosh Narhia Torka Hom Karjag Gard Kerje Tetsukama Nukara Hetum Redite Ram Duare Tum Rua Varde Warren Gabir no Pasarte Suksukra Hib Tum Harid Saran Tum Rakshak Kahuku Darna Apante Samharu Be Din Hunlu Harn Ter Kormpe Burpesarshne Karnar Hena Vemo Verjabna Absurdna Venas Drohare Sapere Japarnadan Tar Hanuman Bera Sankatse Numan Sorte Ve Man Karam Varshan Jan Jolve Superram Tapus Ver Raja Tinke Karsen Kop Tul Saja Ormano Chukolo Ve Surhia Mishofan Portal Parvai Charan Yuk Partaptum Hara Hair Praser Jahar Georgiari Horas or Rusum Kertum Requare Surni Karandam from Duhare Ashtasi Hinabner Hikerra Taus Vorderjam Ki Mararam Rasa Yantum Hora Pasasara Rahora Gubari Gera Satum Hora Barjan Ram Kopave Janam Ketuk Masara Veran Karlagu Ver Porjari Jaram Hori Bakar Ordev taci nadarte hiardumal serhi solve surkari hisab kakarte mirte sapiran josumira hanuman babera jj arduman gosin kripkaru kurdev kjarne injusot borbar kura kurhi jotevti parti mahaso forhi joya parte hanuman charvis hori seri sarki kores tu sira sarahari chera korje das hotari mintere pavorne Sankar Haramangol, Morti Rup Ramlakan Sita Sahira Darya Sabasa Husurbu Umaharaga Vajosi Sabrasar Vajahum Pando Ganesh Nam Jarin Varinya Marugun Namavu Umim Himsking Name Glomim Namabugapati Patali Varamuki Varamuki and Artini Namaru Darukini Namar Jombe Jobini Namamohe Mohini Namastambestapini Namasarvedus the Produsalam Sarvesam Sarvavar Sina Sajurmukati Jawasam Banam Kurukuru Sikram Vasyamim Glum Tai Tao Mastraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mama ne shira shiri de shama shabi taisna mukta mukta bi shabi shaya genis niti shabi tarani yoro kabashani nebite avantari nebita and reshudai kuram kurere adare shugash samsani body beki richi yatre taroma shite so gene kushara basha shudai matara shana uru kishara shara shata yara paramana yana taya sarama koropi moki area tenere dai chine richi achari naratanabi Aranabi Kunabi Akinakuri Kandadi Sandadi Madogi Jukoricha Boro Shana Achi Debbie Ruka Daitana Kushareta Shuradachi Borasene Sorubarani Batani Soruba Shabatani Shumatani Suyabi Shani Suyikarani Suyahira Sugarate Sorbasi Mikarana Sorbasoro Marshalet the Sorbasoro the Q Sharaya to Yashima Kari Anya mane mamane serikali sama samita besanta mukta tama sama jai sai sine santa sama kita lo ke besere pe sari ni di dua minta di vista mentari parisulu ukuli ada di parade suka sama bulu berkite tam pariksi sama ne urusan ne kone bai visutani matro sata roto salaria saya pertaya baku pavura main thai swa hajvala mahajvala ukitu kimuk gara pertana tawati tini sitini natani natawati swa Atita Trena Nari Kunadi Swaha, Kari Kanari, Matang Press and Kulu Brusai Sisi Swaha, Itimiti, Suez, Swaha, Dana Pate, Vartari, Dana Kusala, and the Saradi Sarada Pari, Buddha Pasani, Savatani, Avatari, Sampatani, Sampari City, somewhere Nekapatani, Damapari City, Sabrasal, Kusala, Gaddis, and Vikti, down of Vati, Vatali, Vatali, Swaha, Sasing Sahu, Sasing Sahu, Sasing Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Gong Tong, Gong Tong, Gosro, Sro, Gong Dim So, Gong 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 Gisor, Gong Gisor, Gong Gang, Gong Gang, Gong Kim, Gong Hong Chom, Gong Hong Chom. Ong hung chring ong chring haring ara ring ong heru asor ara ong bam dum ong grang ring glong ong pram bang blong ong grang ring glong ong kang ring glong ong hang ring glong ong don ring glong ong blam bang blong ong song ching song ong kong ring glong ong song ching song hung kring ching kring ring ring meng gam dum ong song ching song ong gong gu sor hung chring gong chring ring ra hong heru asor vong king so ong ong vong du hung Dani Chinaram Pashatatu Pamashuku Naram Aksubihumu Shunaram Nasambaba Tramira Naora Motata Shaharum Fukuju Naore Omamovisirayu Kushinora Mahuru Kanali Matagis Vahabush and Bushno Namaboga Borthanes Nisay Umrus Fubuj Volatis Sulukana Survatas Radnis Vaha Short Kanjis I Boso Malolik Vaha Desi Shubosom some Jamjosas Vaha Terabos Namas Mataboharam Kuruna or Babatara Tarinis Vaha Sinju Sinjin Kajis I Boso Pasho Dharma Hi Marto Kajis I Boso Onantu Papa Humpas Vaha George Mekajis I Boso Umahakurun Kajis Vaha John Kajis I Boso Kalikori Kordis Vaha Nordin Kajis I Boso Parmeser Malish Vahum Kungor Sato Pashra Sarva Hania Boso Deshi Shuta Bijay Vaha Pujan Boso Samyas Mojo Boso Manamakana Maruku Boso Tres Vaha Jos or Boso Hahabas Maris Vaha Kokor Zol Boso Namakasika Body Omalika Mari Mulis Vaha Nicola Boso Dutis Vaha Kokor Boso Kangar Body is Vaha Futol Mayo Namas Matavashanam Kanamorosana Sota Yahum Tratam goes under Mahom soon Barney Somahom Joshua Parkum Dari my home mantra Parte Turku Mahom Strikala Rupa comes Vaha Kunkor Kasha my home Vashurai Yaksa home Aizen my home Maraga Groceries Nisa Vasha Sarvasha home from Portugaku my home Maru Plantis Vaha Son Portugal Mukubai Kamais Vaha Kunkor Son Kingon and Fushrak Saram Zarasha homes Vaha Senishi Doji Chanasi Vaha Chico Kutrum Tarasara Pramaranas Vaha Sor Chortanum Virak Axipatais Vaha Como Kutanum Virak Sanding Patalis Vaha Tomotanum Visravalis Vaha Ben Saitinum Saraswatis Vaha Taiko Kutrum Mahakaris Vaha Kishutanum Malaris Rias Vaha Karitaimum Durmole Aditis Vaha Taikini Tenomrias Vaha Marishitanomaris Vaha Taishukung Vitinомricams Vaha Om Brahma Harna Miserari, Brahmim Partonum Veramania Vermahe Aranya Gorbaria Dermaitano Brahma Prajudet, Jotormukari Vermahe Mesrudaria Dermaitano Brahma Prajudet, Mim Shrim Klim Sauce Jacombram, Brahman Shashanam Pratarman Purusharvi, Marapurushu Verapaha Guru Brahma. Guru Vishnu, Guru Shiva, Guru Devo, Maswara, Guru Sachar, Param Brahma, Tashmeshri, Gurve, Namaha, Usaknat Head Fertim. Veram kai bit in a horror roti af in kit ne bolse kesu tu ne sur korti hapaf basti tortuyorum sneforum besek ne mar kanemi usok tu tormenti vartu for ru karbiu se kerune kerun karmeti am de bebsera kerun de peru se kriune bebuine prtemtim se puari me bopai hu chu krikit ne pul ne hem fut se sur hepa ne hef ja chabu Tramprem tror sievo siglorit ne rente vengi trovingin romodar magis se pervego tron nuri tromenia tromoskelo donski orbiof bjorf jarkel do firn lifer life worten ordin Frigera friverteg patrogis viteren gesig roisverteg siftorg Verteg bottom bramfjotikel frodi froven wikar viskar vier sigarer jobosons gjør livskartongs Gerfisar min kern vi gern vin chef uno fodde ran kornin ko in kod Orski almi vi friti vi flindis vi tos vi trier i rak i or fjordnir jag mer svogun trofium fimbotus i dir riger tigir mospioni fohaimia pogar gering kon kapi mir alval mir slepnir al duur mir Boor beste ordin ville wees u mongen bergen meros die wist wie nu dus u met colas door North United for your Nord Terlingo Zero Days can Tarxi and Faxi would be very when a soldier vocals means beer here keeper gear Sergi Simu Werfen school harti Ronen Bersin Jon Vidiori Tarburg Chimvingur Mososhet Rinar near the Nord Risutius Rivistia Theoforlin Nordnen Nerdin Den Bifo Bofo Bombo Nori Nor och en möjlighet vi kan då finna Torin vil Kilifontin Valley Troin Dekli Vir Turvinir Rad Rakarad Vintrop Nir Frogs Vari Horhogs Vari Rof Groin Dori Hori Tu van Vari Hefti Vili Hor Siri Arverir Lovers Kirpi Virbi Skarfina Arfinki Ergin Skarti Fu Frosti Finkin Nori Aktarizir Wir Verdandi Skol Birke Bikrit Nir Himing Bjord Valeskip Heritskif Kirneliha Flame Atling Verbler Hasleis Vasur Vasvig Vin Loni Vin Svo Vasaras Nerotin Frig Loki Avinaya Panaya Vishnu Damaya Manam Samaria Visaryama Korsnam Borta Darvam Tararia Samasara Sagara Tarar Divyar Turnikarande Da Parimala Parkos Garde Suripati Parar Verde Baba Baria Cherte Varde Saria Bipera Pargamana Tatavamna Mama Kena Svam Samudro Ilkaranga Gavakarana Samudro Nataranga Udarnaleka Nargavinan Nurjadanu Jarkula Mitra So Dorste Bavarti Nabavarti Kimbavatare Sakara Matsvardia Bavarat Rai Ravatara Varta Sarta Vasurtar Paramesvara Paripariyo Bavarta Pava Paveito Hamda Mudara Gura Mandera Sundara Ravindara Vrinda Govinda 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 Baba Jaladi Matar Mandara Parambam Dara Panayakavamena Yana Karuna Maria Saranam Karavarni Tavarko Koronoitis Arpari Maria Paravasa Roje Saravasatu Iti Srimar Paraharm Sapari Vraja Karasya Sri Govindar Bhargavat Purjasa Parasyasya Sri Machakara Bhagavarta Kortosa Paristutram Sampurnam Kuberoganam Sri Daraja Rajodana Svardana Lakshmi Priya Darvodara Daryodani Kaburia Darik Sergio Dharmi Rata Daya Vadu Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampanundina Rati Janara Sarka Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupa Dharma Puri Dharma Samarasano Sargan Niri Swarum Nirad Lambo Niri Nam Paripalakani Yantad Ningurukana Niskarmo Niru Barava Navaranga Samaraju Navasanga Pravatakan Manenski Radirsa Mahaguram Verninkanam Verta Yarshniko Yashrana Sarita Yashana Boryashana Sarika Raja Kandru Ramardiso Ranjarho Raja Porjita Visitra Vasariya Salea Vyarka Mara Marasa Vijalo Vimalo Valyo Vandulu Jana Vasala Verupaga Priyatarmo Baragi Visurmuka Soryato Saranata Sorasaki Samardita Samanarata Somya Sarvesana Me Paraka Supritu Zoba Surmo Sorvikar Darahara Samakana Prisak Sarave Baba Sri Verajitas Vahana Samprito Agilanda Pravataka Viorkana Sampritantas Vardana Priya Kalamravasi Akalambaravi Vorjirti Udarbutiar Dalma Vebabo Navaraharna Kinora Sufisrapana Kalak Praparavartarka Astalakshmi Samriyuta Viarkumala Virgahala Karayuluka Palulu Vanusula Sana Sulapa Surbarga Surtus and Karana Priya Santa Surangono Petas Vara Surangaria Sorvika Varchno Surmati Sorberen and Kana Karakas and Kana Star Ras Rima Paramjoti Parapara Samarikona Sarapana Saranio de Navasara Parapakare Papaga Torandia Sarani Vadanta Sarvakono Perra Surandra Sambe Varva Sevisaricto with the Bariara Taras Loria Pratakala Partes of Trams Serbur Verden and the Net and Apple Notipurusa Sridam Devendran Sanni Hamnitis Ricuper Stutram Omia Chariari Yarcuberaria Vishravara Danatan Yati Pataria Taratatia Sabrita Merterita Paria Svaha Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Vershvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalashmi Mama Grihetaram Pararia Pararia Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Yochaya Kuberaya Vishravana Dana Karsharanya Sarvaluka Vasi Kararia Danatania Arimarari Adanadanya Samrodel Mer Nerhi Tapariya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Charya Rajarya Pirmaria Riketesaria Dermaitana Kuberia Prashurayat O Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziringerkia Kampa Ziringerana Kampa Zikugi Magampra Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziki Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziringerki Kampa Ziringerana Kampa Kumashkarsana Zikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Ziringerki Kampa Ziringerana Kampa Google up the board Agni Bo Zikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trar Pararam Nusum Barumagamat Matraya Sorvani Arkosani Samata Brahma Saraswati Shadarupe Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dragatabi Om Sorvani Sumba Hum Vajra Humva Om Shrim Hing Hing Gom Konik Bataria Varava Roja Vaja Jame Vasha Manayi Swahata Porshari Verma Hevakru Sundaria Termaita Nunda di Prajudayat Om Shanti 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 Om Karhari Yaksa Yardama Om Kam Karapata Yardama Om Lambrura Yardama Om Ring 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 Om Ganataria Ramahe Vagratnulari Atermaitano Dadi Prachudayat Om Shrim Hring Hring Dum Jwala Jwala Shulili Yashaya Shamanaya Sarva Shatrum Smara Smara Shemala Bam Kuru Kuru Dushtu Graham Hum Pat Swaha Arunam Kuruna Tarangi Shartuntra Pashan Kusha Pushpa Paracha Pari Biara Prutamai Karaha Merieva Babari Babardim Shrimara Shrimara Agni Shrimara Shaleshwari Chitani Kona Sambuta Devkori Samuria Ure Barusa Suraha Choro Barusara Vita Ragishwaru Papushari Kunakushu Shwala Baron Rupek Shokutana Pachatan Matra Saya Kadisha Runa Parapormasha Pramharna Mandala Shambaka Shoko Pornago Sorikanti Kalasika Chakoro Pinda Manishne Kanakutera Mandita Shami Chandra Viprashata Kistala Shopita Mukha Kalapar Muka Nabi Vishishakavaranas Mara Mankari Kuradora Charika Vikraj Lakshmi Parivaha Chalami Nabhalu Charanava Chambaka Pushpanada Sadana Verajita Tekanti Tetaskarina Parana Basura Kanabi Machari Klupra Kanapur Manu Hara Trekaki Yukali Buddha Tabanundupa Mandala Parma Shagali Shadari Pari Bhavi Kapalubo Nava Roma Pambashin Nankari Rana Charha Viniyogama Society Patrigamacha Sikya Paparamara Pratichada Sriti Patrigat Patom Shams Fahasaki Parkilakam Sriti Patrigat Prijatam Chape Viniyogara Sharines Komkia Saparamara Sertama Sarasi Pratichada Sendama Moki Sriti Patrigat Patia Namari Yombisha Yatama Kuyis Fahasakari Yatama Pari Kari Yatama Nabur Viniyogi Yatama Samangiti Yari Sari Neasarum Silpiam Namarin Tashani Biam Nama Maria Bebiam Namaran Minkibiam Namarin Canes Yabiam Namar Kanakalara Prasabiam Namari Karenia Sakromadi Yaknama Reams of Pieces Rasas Vam Sekai Vasaram Kavakai Hum Name Troy Vasar Coms Roy Patiti Sananginis books of reality, the banner name that Petrima Devil Scottish for the Pinidi Pati DVD Parasrum Chigami Palm Play Yamigi Garapsma Pamika but the Sigma with Papiami and by Paramigi Dipama Karapi Piamiram Again Migi Dipam to Shami Farm of the Migi Damadamana Naivel Piam Never Yamism Swamikis for Karapajam Samar Pami Japamanaman from Montrum Mahamari Sabra Mantra Saudi Pinika the very selling Yasata many city the Baba Guru Mantrum Himsita Guru Presidum Rima to Sri Dipatragamantrum Krom Rimam Turke Rime Hiapasaya Vasay Rimdum Gorgram Rimam Patva Sarangenias Kromaraya Yarnamaha Rims Passaras Vam Sekai Pasram Kabakai Huminim Trayu Pasur Krom Srai Pati Sanangenis Books Romir Divimokodainam Dipatragama David Scottish for the Pini Dibak the DVD Baras from Jagamin Pankapujam Puyamaki Ganison Poming among Samidia Persian Vayavam by Manki Dipamakrapi Yamra Miki Dipam Shami Vamantamiki Yam Termani Bear Yam some Swarmiki Supercarapajum some Rope Summer Panam Yatikil 3 Pamkanas Makrapam Japam Sereva to Medevi Prav Srami Stil Japam Matala Trum Umpamalem Sevadapanam Priti to Supapa Pam Supam Kurusime Patria Sofiram Kadehi Mom Shim Varis in the Yard Namaha. Ingen Sogren Hogno Nozo Boras Ortea Panot Shro Roto Surti Umari has gotten to mail up Martyrs Kirpa Perangiches Pipicolore Kendir Merigor Berdior Umam Dalla Verdu Befolbo Advertorial Force Biosophirs Borso Monk Egmont Jogno Olo Portman Borsport Mick for their view make near Merkheimer Yori be merve me rain for mon nervan or boss or da bors you mere big be bosses under nisri nis fellow or near jog font seva nail beaming up was getting in Grisberg or boss near bush boma BRB bear says me cor morans corbus or skins or nana salor state was was coron coron gisol wap surnen Saturday mata de orgo Heim Jonen bo sol Navy Sea vor sorleer timer ni Navy Sea har varningen sartito so Navy Sea vor stral beginning pinjin quinching quill wixtol getting go part catcher no commenge no one go book morgin her two of ni Jan Duncan Dona Captain Kron met your joint it to sella bell vi bears hor henden blue afla lok blue Obs mi bubu at the dalvo motanges go bo tog or blue Tofti torti terti av gru vorbein vetrankis vontor gori vons brev mo borsa merj mort bor mors vor Jotunheimen Kinjin rinjin quilla rochon gelen kopok bar getuk sever skegi for good trotos skicho brains for no blaze rom Bos monster of war brain goro enduring a nur bear metalican mokom gor blue fel goi jo blue Doreen Sagby Hong Bolbel Gore Bolvikinga Njore Blas S Bor Sertier Mes Vor or Horgi Better Persmak no Blongo have a Nori Nolo Krum Baron Ablem Yakruas friend Larger Loms Impress Prefter Win Mordin Impress and Mera Ork at Treda Better Talk Mogochella Pera Bixel Nistet at Torrentana Ton Brigaderuno Gandena Thermel Pintuindurus Indun so rig wolf or rig no sereta sarfir to fairlechlen mone glomblo gloon comfort all of the twin doors and twin doors or rig walk or rig no sereta sarfir to fairlen etchlen mone glom bor loon Arroz huevo, arroz square, lores, arroz corvig, ruat, will, prayer, roer, arroz, y arroz, columsente, facilio, trodes, corromprenes, nesit, penetos, cor, es, via en, desolent, turles, ipse, cornean, domines, arpens, arvis, est, plat, narvis, curios, non, difficilius, ser impossible, as, fest, investigarte, Dominantus omnipotens rexergenet domines domine Deum in chores manu omnis victoria constitutum nebellum contritur procor prois mervis jovium means terme corpus erdelor tetrus manifestatis adverin cum hel adverin cum sexorum infrasum multum parum darinat ad volumen quantum triconis Nier de mordur tim mordur tim mango scertena scertomo koshom bolt samasumo usar samosa omneon tuokut fosfat vutris vioten ve Ossicum noci alani moschiti curum ossi moschitum calotum cutumtum ossi baritum caplitum namritum ashashu cashatu cashaparni elinitum beberarni elia uistaria usisu elia meria amrus arar quindicula salalbu mushawora cui martarna lupi au portipi au prosu memastiti am martu Elilinu Serdutis armia lani ora butissima arda habar bitini dina atti lim tau pusa quanca shati yau kashati ya shaibishi yau mashtapishi yais masarati shamushi lipshuru limnuti tishal rul salatruli sharnu shalu taptu shari pu Amarli vorti aki mazaluli rar surk shari pushu kishpiki matarti sharmiti ushusha purtu epeshtursha suluku kala matusha malaseri naki bigi bu yalani mushiratum sermani yar na pagol tapkira dupira semani yar na pagol taksira dupira semani ya iti pagretus ni ala dupira semani ni ishti pagretus ni ala dupira semani ya ki maxi pagretus pira tu pira samani yana kukulati tap kira tu pira samani yana gari tap satu pira samani ya ina skupati tu shni ala tu pira samani na pisha dorik taksa tupira semani ya na kispada kira tupira siringenen yenen kamba siringenen yenen kamba siringenen lolenen kamba siringenen lolenen kamba siringenen korkolenen kamba siringenen korkolenen kamba siringenen dor shoringa kamba siringenen dar shorima kamba siringenen dula saka kamba siringenen dula saka kamba siringenen nordila kamba siringenen lordila kamba Siringere meshara kompa siringere meshara kompa siringere mar tingere lelaki kompa siringere namar tingere lelaki kompa siringen siski kishman sagba dai nai dar no labera emma kanba siringere bor logar te kundingere yanne kompa siringere niki korgarni tingere andur na yar salgunun ngaka karne kompa Siringar Baziringar Kia Kabaziringar Ruki Kabaziringar Bo Kabaziringar Ishta Kabaziringar Shamashuru Kabaziringar Kor Kabaziringar Maru Kabaziringar Nibla Dor Kabaziringar Igi Kabaziringar Nunaki Kabaziringar Lulalin Korkora Lugor Korkoragi Kabaziringar in Lulin Korkoragi Kabaziringar in Bibila Shoragi Kabaziringar in Korkoragi Shi in Babaragi Kabaziringar Siringara Norna Dinker Kolanerka Kapaka Karamu, Urugzul Alazur Gidim Sul Mulazur Dinker Sul Moskin Susi, Arkampasiki, Compasiringan and Lolo Korkoraki, Compasiringan in Lelani Korkoregi, Compa Zingan in Bibilo, Shoregi, Compasiringan in Korkoregi, Compasiringan and Nona Dinker Kola Kala Net Kampa. Sinigarana kampasi dingarki kampapa papa rarar ter matar da papa rarar te ke ker nerne azagara sakti mornar te nam tar karas yurbi mornar te utug sur yurbi mornar te ala sur garbi mornar te kidim sur yurbi mornar te kara sur garbi mornar te dingel sur garbi mornar Terry Mirnar Bier Tashbi Arbar Bar the Biash Kasharti Arti Madu Kashar Tusha Toyotarni Om Hayaguri para Yard Namaha Om Havisnar Ver Namahom Kesavar Yard Namahom Haru Sudari Yard Namam Govindari Yard Namaha Pada Kaksari Yard Namam Visnar Venamom Vismarari Yard Namam Harari Yard Namahom Maria Yard Namaha Sarva Kisari Yard Namom Sarva Darari Yard Namom Sanatarari Yard Namom Neradarari Yard Namom Nerakarari Yard Namaha Nera Sarari Yard Namom Ner Pravada Yard Namom Neranjanari Yard Namom Neskalankari Yard Namom Nitatalari Yard Namom Neramarari Yard Nama Siranara Maria Nama Saxena Namam Saranya Namam Sarvarek Pagararia Nama Sri Marte Namum Lokatrisaria Namum Sivaria Namum Sarves Prata Pradaria Namum Verararte Nama Vera Hararia Namum Vera Veraya Namum Pratanaria Namum Pararia Namum Pararia Tre Nama Punyaya Namum Punya Kataria Namum Parapararia Namum Paramarne Namum Parasmat Namum Parasaria Namum Parakaria Namum Pararia Nama Sabrde Marikararia Namum Veruser Namum Ververika Parakaria Namum Sakolo Paris Vergaya Namum Niskararia Namum Sarves Kararte Namum Maskalamanan Mudroyutar Staria Namum Parapararia Namum Arna Porusaria Namum Srestararia Namum Saranyaya Namum Parasmet Pararia Namum Sanatararia Namum Dantaria Namum Chitupararia Namum Chitametraya Namum Jagamaria Namah Jamam Rataria Namum Jivaria Namum Jayadaria Namum Jadana Nasaria Namum Japa Priya Namum Japa Studia Namum Japa Karte Namum Jale Karte Namum Vibhaver Namum Vimalaria Namum Visvoroparia Namum Visvaguptre Namum Virustaria Namum Virus Nusvastudia Namum Sare Tardia Namum Santi Kararia Namum Sraya Pradaria Namum Srati Maria Namum Sraya Sarpadaria Namum Isvararia Namum Sartur Taria Namum Manantarum Paria Namum Pranadaria Namum Partha Padaria Namum Victaria Namum Partaru Padaria Namum Sabra Serne Namum Tamo Hararia Namum Jana Sakaria Namum Janine Namum Purnar Kandra Sambrabaria Namum Jana Daria Namum Vakpadaria Namum Yogirne Namum Yogi Sararia Namum Sarvar Kamadaria Namum Maria Kirte Namum Mardine Namum Monesaria Namum Suresam Namum Hamsaria Namum Paramahamsaria Namum Visvaguptra Namum Viraja Namum Surat Svarting Karsakasaria Namum Jata Marala Maniyortaria Namum Maria Manahartitaria Namum Sarvikis Varararia Namum Pranikitaru Parea Namum Verhara Karamarkarte Namaiti Sri Hayaguri Varsutara Santana Mavali. Manataya Namo Marsaya Namo Magavataria Namo Globalaria Namo Vikarmaria Namo Nisitaria Namo Madavantaria Namo Vinakuramaria Namo Vishnu Priyaya Namo Verastuyaya Namo Viratamararia Nama Visudararia Cesaria Namo Sarushidaria Namo Sapramanditaria Namo Babakandutari Namo Manikararia Nama Umakas para paniyar namo mamlas tutari yayar namo magaru pariya namo palari yayar namo pasukari namo para parekari namo parekalari namo pasvarana yar namo pasarana yurtani yar namo para pasitari namo para sardine namo para kamani namo tamoro pari namo star pikarari namo darindari namo kasapara masaya namo kalaru pari namo yugana parari namo Omikandararia, Omisvomtaria, Namomngatraria, Namom Kesvabiaria, Namom Pisombaria, Namom Sakampararia, Namom Sakapalaria, Nama Simbarhipiaria, Namom Saranaria, Namom Prakasarasa, Namom Pobrasaria, Namom Pramadaria, Namom Prakandaria, Namom Prakandaria, Nama Umparivasia, Namom Paravasaria, Nama Umbosarasa, Namom Parikavartana Yar, Namom Babi Pitalaria, Namom Tasakaria, Namom Lukotisaria, Namom Sivaria, Namom Paravaria, Namom Pranaya, Namom Punyaya, Namom Panikataria, Namom Parsaria, Namom Parikaria, Namom Niskalaria, Namom Parapararia, Namom Korikokaria, Namom Strasaria, Namom Sataria, Namom Tataria, Namom Maria Matapania, Namaha, Sabujaya, Namom Savrekararia, Namom Siniara Sayaria, Namom Neranjanaria, Namam Kataria, Namom Salingaya, Nama, Savrikaria, Namom Janajaya, Namom Avectaria, Namom Bakiruparia, Namom Tamahararia, Namom Yogiswaraya, Namom Karania, Namam Valaria Namum Pramakarine Namum Sakaranda Kararia Namum Jito Krataria Namam Jivaria Namum Jayadaria Namum Japapriya Nama Visambararia Namahum Virustaria Namum Virus Ramstutia Nama Sraya Pradaria Namum Pradaria Namum Vishnu Taparia Namum Kutaria Namum Kutadaria Namum Ravasraya Namum Nagus Pasaria Nama Bhujangaria Namum Praya Ruparia Namam Sri Saparia Namum Sakalaruparia Namum Kalus Mutaria Nama Arhar Pikari Yari Namom Sisumbalam Yari Kari Namom Pari Ravi Pusari Namaka Nagendraya Namaha Iti Sri Nagadavata Sutara Satan Namavali Nesho Kustinos Kulish Mihi Fashin Technos Gumpir Norson Lev Du Charikard Moshul Lord Sin Shula Chishin Kriteas Virtures Herdenke Vablasar Messigen Trugur Gilesi Urstar Name on offer Mirshens Biori Normian Tirlierne Forbiet Hirtierni Formedger Schulturla Brever Tur Smortierte Corridetu Antlur Gadodorn Antartira Marksans Bioran Norma Tiursan Gunrub Derntam Tronion Umbenat Chiarre Deamoshul Serviala Cierde Moshul Nachi Berencierde Messem Nomio Borte Serviala Cierde no morna Björte mer der Namsar Dosar Laser Sila Ciur Leopard Ligner Mera Dalm Hartjes daar der Nu Nur Koner Zer Nur Koncher Zer Nur Nurbien Serang Sier Sier Nagiri Sier Sierna Morna Massa Sur Fili Asalasar Mordir Massa Sur Manartier Ber Dernis Bier der Church Valagardier für Gus vor Cherda Furierni Aser der Dürner Krurtes Krurtek Fenentrura Krurnis Mergus Nordini Mean Sulen Kruterkos in Bilden Trur Erturde Messerdo Morcho Senten Teateran Macagusan Spiorner Mera Barbernark Noer Daciore Varsnar Shorne Ser Corsul Castiorne Bernes Leum Fenacus Morbi Fur Ruder Bieter Kerfjurtena Krute Usfjurtena Sarnarcerde Perneor Mercer Gusulgasturne Pernesleum Verwerden Karachi Kalini Tadvar Pierna Sangitakara Vormuda Pirinari Vardana Kamala Svatara Rupa Ramasambu Brahmara Partigana Sarchita Paru Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarikama Vibhavatume Bhuja Savya Verbum Sarasi Siki Peni Charam Kartitate Dukulam Netrante Sahachar Karata Saram Viradatta Sarasri Madhvartavarna Vasatila Parichario Jagannath Swami Naya Patarikami Bavartume Mahabordes Re Kanakaru Chierte Nila Sikare Vasantra Sardara Tasaharja Balabadrena Balina Subhadra Madhya Star Salaka Sura Seva Sarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarigami Bavartume Corpo Pravatora Sarjala Jalarda Srina Rucierdo Ramavani Ramasfora Ladal Mala Pankoruma Morka Hasorendrandaria Srutigana Sika Gita Jaritu Jagannath Swami Nayana Patrigami Bavartume Ratharudo Rajampati Merita Bordere Babardara Listurti Prada Bavarm Pratiparam pakaran yasarar yadari yasintur parna sur kerla jagarta sindustaria jagana svarni nayana patrikami bavartume para brahma parti kubala yadalu fulana iorni varsini aradro ni hita charano nanta sera sera sarno radar sarasa vapora linkarna sarko jaganat nami Nayana Patarigami Vavartume Nadvaya Cherajam Nachar Kanaka Marnike Vibhavar Nardache Yam Hamrani Yarni Gila Jarnakan Yam Varavar Drum Sarakale Kala Pratar Parterna Kita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarigami Vavartume Haratvam Samsaram Drutararam Masar Saram Soraparte Haratvam Paparanam vitartit maparam Yaravaparte ahodina natarni hitacharano nishchitam yartaram Jagannath Swami Nayana Patrikami Bavartume Jagannath Stakum Purnyam Yapa Prayarta Susir Sarva Papa Visurdatma Visnurubukam Sargarcharti Yarti Srimad Sankaracharya Virachirtam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Brahmori Sorachita Lingum Naram Lambisa Sohita Lingum Jan Maja Duka Vira Saka Vina Sana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Murni Pravarshirta Lingum Kamararna Korokana Lingum Ravana Darpa Vina Sana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Sugarna Sulopita Lingum Bori Vipardara Karana Lingum Sira Sura Sura Varndita Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Kanaka Mahamani Bhusita Lingum Pani Pari Varita Surapita Lingum Daksas Yora Sharna Venasana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Kun Chandana Lepida Lingum Pankajahara Sorupita Lingum Sanchita Papa Virasana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Gavarcherta Sevita Lingum Bhavaya Bhaktivaya Vachar Lingum Dinakara Kurik Prabhakara Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Astadalo Parivestira Lingum Sarva Samsurva Vakarana Lingum Astadara Savina Sana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sorikoru Sora Vara Purchita Lingum Soravana Puspa Sora Chita Lingum Paraparam Parambaram Paramakkalingam Ta Pranamami Sarasiva Lingam Lingastar Karmirtam Hornyam Yapa Seriva Sarnirdo Siva Lukha Mavapnoti Sarvira Saha Morate Nataraja Nataraja Natana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandama Karnana Priyam Sedam Bharya Viharinam Marabakum bagum fitas varim balalona surkam sarambaka makardanam sarampu varhini daram haram bosha jaga goram seram baram viva varye samastak barta pusana svaha sabadakam karnam prasattar kariti verbavam nersal sharjala param karstar murti sarnarnam Serstar kandramadandalam harmpuje jagagorum sirambara vivavarye Jarakeri tamarditam nitalalo charnadvertam parakertas dardiktartam patyera pankalaparnam notorga porva baratvirnam Kuttara pasadarinam haram boja jaga goram seram baram vivavar yet koranga sabasorpitam siram kaljana narsitam parangana vikararam varan karakaran jirtam karangara tara sargam taranga myatrat gamam Horam boja jaga goram seram baram vivavar ye amanda parikya pajanam sumanda hasasar mukam sumanda manda kamini gerindra kanikyar darvam samam tamam dalurta mamam baranda yatamar marno horam boja jaga goram seram baram vivavar ye Karindra karam vasar saram Karindra kapapa darinam Surendra morkya porshirtam Kagendra Vahana Priyam Ahindra Busamal Swalam Nagendra Swalasnam Harambusha Jagagoram Sirambara Vivavarye Malapavarni Tartet Sara Vila Sakarinam Palarisa Prabhajartam Lalam Aurupalo Kartam Lasa Paradra Harinam Javala Sri Suladarinam Harambusha Jagagoram Sirambaram Vivavarye Sasasaka bano vir tortra vracerta trocarnam visalavak sasasam sodekara hordardam marnditam dekam balola salva pararam dararaftaram virtam Harambuja jagagoram serambaram vivavarye sarantananga sajanong kapapasan gare sarne Parandar yurta dorjana lisiksarne vikasana ksiram parakya sakoru swarupa merkya burtale sarasivu verara charte saramorner virtu hara seram parakya sakuru rinam saravisa vira sernam muralikarti yesokort saro parvanam masrakam saravasatalarye Hari Priya Taranana Vera Priya Karnis Kala Jaga Guru Ranugrahari Tisri Sirampara Panka Kamara Stotram Om Sharavanam Pavaryar Namaha Om Tat Porshariya Vedmahe Mahesenarya Dervahitanu Skanda Prachudayar Om Skandarya Kartikeya Pariver Priniyar Tarnarya Chamahardeva Kamarya Subramanyayarte Namaha. Gashu Vakonomustu Born Directaran Daryan Diapararin Darya Surhakaraya Sarana Narya Mirta Vikaramarya Gori Harat Nanda Sarmur Barvana Mostutu Viyam Pranatati Hantre Kurtabe Samastarsya Monoratarkiam Tatre Ratar Lampara Katara Karsya Hantre Prakanta Sora Talas Kasya Amortamortargia Sahasramortargia Gornardia Gararya Parapararia Parapararia Namostu Tubiam Siki Baharnaria Namostu Te Brahma Vertam Vararia Degambararia Barasaram Striyatardia Haranya Barde Namos Haranyaria Horanya Ratase Tarpa Svarupariya Tapo Danarya Tarpa Palarnam Prati Parakarya Sarakumararya Himorarmerne Trin Kartaris Forarya Vera Kerne Namano Mosturturbiam Sarajar Marne Vivo Prabhat Sorya Runadar Parkatarye Malaria Kapal Bala para kalamaria sanmatoria manaria toraria mirustam yotara merdiur setamon mogarnam pataria kararia namosturte jar marjara tiar kararia namo visarkaria sorksarti pararia salvarsia natasya kumor karia koron kararie Tara Kamara Karia Swahiria Gagiria Nakarkia Saliveria Toridium Saratam Namostoriti Shri Skande Mahapornarne Kasikarne Punkavi Sarmarti Tarmo Daria Shri Karkia Starkam Skando Vaka Govis Varo Mois Vara Karakeo Gerandana Skandas Kumoro Sernes Varni Sankara Sanbarba Gange Yastarma Kuraskar Brahmakari Serkita Barsha Tarakari Rumabultra Kronkari Sasarana Sabda Brahma Samor Darska Serda Sasvarto Gura Sarat Kumoru Bagar Van Murgar Murk Safar Laprada Sorajarma Ganadisa Pur Varjo Multi Maringa Sarvagarma pranerta karvarchien tigartar prarar sarna alstavim sartinar marni yarpate prariorse sora daria yurdolmunku vagas partier balver mahamantrum yarnirti mamanat marnurkerternam Mahaprajna Mahavnotim Natra Karya Vikaranai Tishri Urarya Madle Prajna Vivartarna Karyam Srimaj Karikeya Stutram Naraduvaka Pranarmya Sarasa Devam Gari Putram Vinayarikam Bhaktavasyam Smoranti Yamaryur Stamar Thrastarvye Pratharmam Vakratun Chai Karndan Tarn Virti Yarkam Tritiyam Karsnarpingaksaram Garjarvartram Chatur Tarkam Lambudaram Pacharmam Chasastam Vigarthar Merva cha Saptarmam Vignarajam cha Dora Varanam Tatastarmam Navarmam Balachandram Charasarmam Tu Virayarkam Ekarasam Ganaptartim Dvardasam Tu Karsharnarnam Dvarasartarni Narmarmi Triadarsyam Yapathenara Nacha Vergna Bilyam Tasya Sarvardi Hikaram Param Vidyarti Labarte Vidyam Darnarti Labarte Darnam Potra Rarti Labarte Putran Moksarti Labarte Kartim Japergana Partistutram Sandhyaram Marcelit Valam Labet Sampat Sarena Zerdim Chalabarte Natras Saria Starbio Brahmane Bartas Chalikir Vaya Samor Parietarsia Verya Bavar Sarva Gana Sarsia Prasardarta Iti Shrina Dararda Porane San Kastarnana Sarnam Nama Garne Sastutram Adventar vastar marte pranamarjararnam samparanaria dharmarna mahasemarupam pralada posanaratam pratikavasyam devamurda karmarti narvami karpa samudram najarna varkar travaprakasalasya Dergia masar sisnu ever barvatarasasyar stambar nolmi tam mahavishnu vaksovi dara nam yaskar gre hordan tamoharuntum satrora pikarunarnvam narahari vabusam namami tam vishnu ripuhordiar stel dara jarsar kotnames varas meserna Karajagare Dardeya Stamvarde Prala Darpara Bhagyar Nisyar Maharm Praladam Pranamajana Parte Korvanti Divisardoriarne Praleparodar Sidram Kuruter Ramarmia Sarmarham Saradin kurndavalam karajar pravartikar soradisam karnambon jaratarkiam trasaivaradham pakora varmernerne mörkierna rodrava puso kasorniasan kanartam praktikorusi variasya korta vajara merverkia prasadidioria salmiarbir Yerti Shringeri Jagat Guru Sri Chicharderva Sarve Vranorsi Mahabharati Svarmi Beri Piratirtam Sri Nirsirma Sattarakam. Jing Shin Shin To Tai Sheng Tai Xing Ying Bang Wo Ten Ko Shi Fo Ming Bo Ming Ho Shen Shi Hoi Ming Shen 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 Nan Ning Shen Hun Yong Ju Po Wu Shan Jing Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Xiu Shen Dan Ko Xiu Shen Tu Hoi Chu Fen She Shen Jing Len Tong Ning Yang Shen Lord Tian Chi Shen Ko Jie Wei Shen Ho Shen Lu Ben Ke Shen Yen Shen 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 Dan Yan Ling Guo Dong Shen Shi Shen Lanyardo Ke Chang Kun Jijiru Li Ling Shen Shen Jiu Ling Bo Tian Junan Wei Shen Xing Di Jihun Po Wu Zhong Zhong Ming Kung Long Bei Hu Do Xing Fen Yuan Shu Po Yuan Wu She Wei Wu Shen Jijiru Li Ling and Turi Shen Shu Yuan Qi En Jian Bu Wu Wan Ling Yor Du Shen Guan Turi Xi Ling Yu She Yu Xi Bore Wan Jing Hui Xing Xing Dao Ne Wei Jing Ying Gian Feng Wei Bei Shu Dan Ding Dei Sheng Yu Ming Shu Ji Jing Yui Wi De Ru Yuan Heng Li Xin Jing Dian Di Xin Zhu Rian Di Ji Ren Fi Fen Xun Dong Zhong Xun Zhu Hong Ling De Yun Và Feng Wei Xin Xi Wu Ji Ren Ning Bo Fu Ming Pu Guo Jiao Ten Kan Luo Ta Na Dong Wang Tai Yun Zhan Yu Fu Jie Du Ren Cha Gui Wan Yi Kan Jing Xin 神主无用是有问是属一般主并可能安静有为白还是问莫问叔叔是为我用用会就上都非常控制住零零中上神主点的种种问题并跟光有问题心无神通上是为肉有用。富有金融，有无信息是比较进行无问无有人的研究，关心学习一般性有银行像这些为我的是为我新手里是来定规有的上单，将为完成内有比例零星人。民众就有些无过想听真专注。让夫妇选择人经济解决了零，就让先学老有先就人家上上用如有路空人空也干人零是盘人陪了人转零钱光过人家就谈解决了零转用就用让太弱和学习。书上写着和前和后方还会是以容易有些人韩国人南北内属于亚东中是属灵富有其中中新闻端富有有其有明明其无尽给人一个人落你给富有民众越来越些神经度。Namo Hela Dana Do La Ya Namo Wali Yapo Lo Jadi Sho Bola Yapo Tisa Do Poya Mohe Dasa Do Poya Mohe Jalo Nia Jeria Hong Sapola Pai Shu Dalo Da Jerna Moshi Jerli Do Yamengali Yopo Jo Jerdi Shifo Lion Pro Ponamo Lola Jen Jerji Limo Hepo Do Shai Mesa Po Ta Do Shu Pengashi Yunsa Posa Do Namo Posa Do Na po mo kemo fa te dora gerta honga polo gerlo gerde gerlo de geli mohe tortisa do sapo mo la moji litolun julu germen dulu fashe yari mo hela she di to la to la di lini si to polalie she la mo pa mola mori li jiri ji shirna ala shen pola sheli fa shen pola she hulu mola hulu jili shola jili shulu puti ya putu yo porto puerto ye mir dili yertola Jinchi dili shani na poyen mo na sopo he jirto ya sopo hemo hejito ya sopo hejito yui shipo la ya sopo helo la jinchi sopo he molalo la sopo heji la senga muluke ye sopo he shomo po ye agito ye sopo he jeji l'agito ye sopo he to bono mo gergerto ger sopo hello la genchipo chiala ye sopo he mopo li shenja la ye sopo he namo he la rarado la ye namo wali ye pologi di sopo le ye sopo he hong Jidiandu mandula boto yeso po he. Bore bolo miardol jerdin jin kunjin jaipu sha jin bore bolo mito shia jo jan wuyun jer kong duye ke kushele ji shebo yi kong bo yi sheji shi kong ji shi xie shou zhong jing shi yi furu shi xie li ji shi fu jia kong zhong bu sheng mu bu me bu gu bu jing bu zhan shi gu kong zhong wu xie wu shou zhong jing shi wu yan orbi xie shen yi wu xie shen jiang wei 出发无阳间，乃是无意识界，无名亦无名真，乃是无漏识，亦无漏识人，无苦者弥多，无是离无的，亦无说的不的，菩提萨埵，亦不若波罗蜜多不，人无挂害，无过害故。无有空不愿力量多明相久将那盘山西有否被波若波罗蜜多故 There no dolor san myo sarvo si gor shir bo re bolo mir bo shir da shen jo shar da ming jo shi wo shang jo shi wo deng 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 jo deng shu ye ke ko shin chi bo jo go jo bo re bolo mir bo jo she sho jo yor jere jerde bolo jerde bolo shen jerde porfi sapo he Namo photo yer, namo da mo ya namo senke yer, namo gunji jai bu ja mo he she ja da ba jin jai je da ji tu wa jo jera parti shin du mo ni mo he bo deng mi lu di she ja sho la jer shili sha ye hong ba sha he an bo ta mo jin du mo ni sho wa hong an ba lor to mo dan ni hong na Mosan mando moto nana bolati heto shelo sang manan dajito anke keji hong ruwala bola desesha shishili shopoja shandesha shili showa he namo foto ye namo damo na ye namo senke ye anjidi Hulu jidulu jilibo Jila dali bululi wahena namo bagawadi abali wa mida hayolina asubini shijili da dejo la jeye da terge da ye hala herisan yosan borda yern da nietar saliba sange se gerli pali shur dala dala Mari ke gerna sang mawu keri bawa bi shuri mahena ye pali wali shu he namo bo kepadi pisha shed julu biliuli bo la po la shehele da to jedo ye alla hedi shan myo san bo toyera jito ong pisha she san moje disho he ong mani bai me hong magani yani ji jure para jerte jerna wer dali ke saur woverta purishita ke nabura na babu lidu ta batna no malu jersho Laia so helio po liporicchio hercio heritor lornin dini helardi pirini di mohe herali gerling hernina moe mito to hiertorto hiertor di hierto milito por pier milito giran mo milito pier giardon di emeli do pier gerando kermirni Kekenia noji dor jarli so poher namo foto nan mo damo nan mo senken nam mo shili mo heti bie dar ni toboli fulor no jelly shan manpo dasheni mo herpi hello kerti san mantor jor bolidi fulino halino damo di mo hepi u pierti mo he miliardi lo por senketi jiriji senjiji jirdi samanto atu wano polorni Jiutian yen yarai sheng pu wa Tian shun le yo yo wo tong chong yon shun shi yo shon chun myo shi men ni tian di yo wei tian di yo wo bing sheng or wan wo yo wo wei yi Fulu so shashin yo oma hong ching shi shen yi shi vi chen chen yen ang la fu yi shi vi shan yan ying li ching ching shu yan ming wu nai. Ate he ye ya yo gichi mani tu koko miki somo popo wa. Ate he ye ya yo gichi marni to koko miki somo popo wa. Oki wa nixista miti sarki. He yo he arna he yo arna. He yo he teria to rabia. Gina he yo teria to rabia. Gina he yo teria to hartar bi won gina hini yo teria to hartar bi win. Tar bi won gina hini yo. Yahi yu niva hu hi yu niva hi yu niva hu yahi hu niva nar nir na her ner na hi yahi na hi ni na hi yu niva hu yahi yu niva hi yahi ner na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swa virakini hini swa virakini ni duina ho hu ni duina ho hu warasina na ho hu warasina no hu ni himasiasi ni himasiasi si Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudayar Om Devarkanatana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Tana Krishna Prachudayar Om Tarbor Shari Ever Mahe Sasurak Shari Adma Devari Adair Mahi Tano Rural Prajudayat Om Kanandari Ever Mahe Vagratundari Adair Mahi Tano Runti Prajudayat Om Karyat Yan Yai Ver Mahe Karyak Komor Yai Der Mahi Tano Dorka Prajudayat Om Vegdevyai Chavir Mahe Kamarachari Adair Mahi Tano Devi Prajudayat Om Mahe Devyai Chavir Mar He Vishnu Parnya Char Der Mahi Tano Lakshmi Prajudayat Arminio Sersneian Gatortan Luptetsnan Timarsnart Snor 3 Bas Orim Rohorkai ter 3 As Dalm Dorantain ter Sech Tornat Arsi Dalm Doron Dotter Nemol Toler Meser Fum Torgi Ilurlilas Rimsin Loreg Nenas Krotor Motrum Ortilton the Orsnim the Boskor Basen Ormir near Martnia Narbar Dar Berba Amsterdam Dorna Starvin Druni Verba Roortor Morich Roor Sortar Morich Romotor Mor Nordniederla Molech Nimtribas for Reperch Rorfer Morters Nemrogba Natir Dorchin Nador Dorras Nador Dishrin Nimlin Teorna Kore Berakuar de Purtindo Teor Chirnam Sir Teoring Raniurli Armiunius and Achtier Sierran Sierrak Konoter Nianasir for Björne Buris Nabir der Morsen Stern Dil Dundit Gela Mal Ansurte om real mulam sin serch mar nerkro portier tak serdrenar nark serch serder or korten kor kumordis ruberat inskrultul nolik form sa dobne Salustor Heru, Saluster Damne, Saluster Pan, Saluster Damne, Saluster Krishna, Saluster Damne, Saluster Tur, Saluster Super Papalum Tum Damne Benedictus. Wow. Arte heye yayo, arte heye yayo, arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Ni tuni shila wini gele keke taye yayo ni tuni shila wini gele keke taye yayo arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Ni takuya wini gele keke taye yayo ni takuya wini gele keke taye yayo arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Mi chinchi nanpe mayor se arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Ini chaga geke ini chaga geke arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Charon pawanchi chaurpi charon pawanchi chaurupi arteelo charon pawanchi charurpi charon pawanchi charupi arteelo chayani pikata arteelo hetuer chahel charni ho hetuar chahel charni ho hunko kile chayahel ho hunko kile chayahel ho arte yellow, arte yellow, wana yar marnie, tatanka wan marnie arte yellow, let show me o conquetelo, yo, let show me o conquetelo, yo, taku maka ichaka, hera mitawa, yo, taku maka icharka, Hena mitawari yellow yo arte yellow yo arte yellow yo yo min jingshi ke wakila che ye min jingshi ke wakila che ye o ya ke ni chagar pikta che ye o ya te ni chagar pikta che ye arte yellow, arte yellow, har ya yo, ha ya yo. Mila kin hiu mi chichi yarna, mila kin hiu mi chichi yarna. Wawaka blaka te wawaka blaka te onchi hey yo. Onchi hey yo puya chini wasna wakaga king kite puya chini wasna waking king te onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yellow lo yele hey ya hey ye ye la hey ya hey ye ye kangi yeo ya te ye chai ya wa un wello kangi yeo ya te ye chai ya un wello ni ya te ye hewe ni ya te lo hewe wan bali galeshka wan yan ni hi yowe wan bali galeshka wan yan ni hi yowe mi yokan hin kin wan laki ye ye mi yokan kin wan laki ye ye hey wan laki herna wan laki ha ye ya hey ye ya hey ye yeah, 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 yeah. Mi chinksi mita waya, mi chinksi mita waya, arte heue, arte ye ya eta euelo, arte ye ya heuelo, yani pikita ya uelo, yani pikita euelo, wasta wakinkita ye. Was the Joaquin Kata, yeah, let's see, yeah, boy, yeah, let's see, boy, yeah, hey, hello, Artelino Wamakwe, Artelina Makwe, Peruan Yan Makwe, Peruan Yan Makwe, Aramakwe, ina heku o misunkala che ya o marnike misunkala che ya o marnike ina heku o wana sapiketa unchi tazipa michuye unchi tazipa michuye eta heyelo arte heyelo hekin yarnka galie hekin yarnka galie one lechia wana sapiketa ke yarpilo one lichia wana sapiketa ke yapilo warni kerte kagario wani kerte kagario artehelo mia wan mariancario mia wan mariancario cangario yarte wan chanku wankaka lo kangio yarte wan chanku waka gelo Yarni Picaticha, Yani Picaticha, Cola he yellow, Macasito, Marianu, Kio, Yarte, Okio, Yarte, Okio, one Bali, Yarte, one Husher, yellow, Arte, yellow, Mako, Wancha, Yaoki, Berta Kino, Kia, Berta Kino, Kia, Kangio, Yarte, one Hoshi, yellow, Arte, Artehelo lena wakan wakagachi artehelo galekinan wakan wakagachi artehelo charonpa hin wakagachi artehelo miyukan kinchi chuche artehelo Ogala kin yari karta karta heylo mi chingshi taena kubiye mi chingshi taena kubiya makuche one washte ayagali pikita arte heylo lo one wicheshkarti ye wana wachishke arti ye vi hurto humarni ugatano koyan wahinkete Koyan wahinkite arta michuya warikepete michuya warikepete michuya ahiya wasna watinkite ahiya wasna watinkite hanpa wachige tewakila lahe one bleni chala ha karielo one bleni chala he karielo Tokicha one win we galinkete. Tokicha win we galinkete. Nihun korn he yellow. Nihun korn he yellow. Wakarn yar ninya kinkete. Wakarn yan kinkete. Changelishka one luzar harning yar kinkete. Changelishka one luzar yan kinkete. One ka yargupo one war yargupo arte heolo. Yn Israel sortne Jesu din truas nus ik brushara mer brushab se kabukin jarora katem se kemine benomatik in japem runeps ko mari basharab net courageous and amination bara sharab zo devlem sutin hin mek nuum not keperset his it bablemik nu turf nebu neps kom pin dai sharing ne point wum bu or the ben snu of sruan potna truins min maholcha tai arsen lef ne keber mundun death op pet haset neferata id misheret about my hint upon to that now I part up setting up to the cantate tat my heat and I didn't do all things think to me have on no issue at the second team may he have the show to you to but I go to that man caru man and pepper shisare up is happening so happy is all happy I now in the amnek and the goblin romery corsic from the cutia root hammer run nation at peperu herman henu heru tad herman and pu heru benu heru so to be oi give take empty swanta berodic in nerve small more pep Kinti patset tapun toy sorene min kedef sari karu smes kebrum koruiz karines und momentu men sekke men set u tu sukenishes ne seru erke per de penem kenes min kundu is rum shit skipper defenten hui ari tenu men senen and ro ab kebenu defri rosen kenem morak ba pasatune ketum kenerke he said nabuta men hetrum petsa pet torden en launches erke reusere men sekke do en pedne petter så tata på apa sekke men petskem toy or Nabu am ukin se het de pure for me has bekem second pet second toy her Nabu am ukin se het de pure for me second resu second toy when be mute second bus we can bus bombas was and was second me have all I second on bosh that sort of me in the agriculture or packer second man sediment that so the music who so snowly meskeri capacity sormada set up episode second of picture when the am capital no body must step up over a second source rescartation bombs and up on the second number at any to permiti mare peri shemike rune kenicus rukeri pasti raya padet kermeti on the beth never ne bui never temptum seprima po to king nehem never ne cautious of tap on never to nepathy has when men to nuts for kabush certificate of more to be scopish and my ship sans core mention patters and then can drink at the can and can miss to market to them runs can and the put Ramasushi got the ranger after Rantabiti nepeti set with the names and these oikens and also short guess and I get him curry poi up sharing or a Sharon nation and me yet. He said you know to go up to like no case no upsick make work and if you do a party barakatum secna secure the never jorti one x number 2 and I'm on bush or to like mushram and I knew permanent fuse or get it got to taknani pu maybe short take shorty to down a menu for my casasani fu you are building at the Remandi in Japan and the Heritage Charges are hoping. Amitikotan Mamaru Rank connected in drums and a to Mary FTU connected and never rank you to one penny bed mar and never knew to warm the hair. Totally set up in canoe and has you no canoe minion as a red petting shops as Mary you can hold. Never dead chops up some sock more making any new soils or up at a penemutek mess and two never candy name in a manu. Resek never temnetri no into it or paramshini never chalk high up account to Sejek times or two at Temana Frueki also per temult of them potimas you top you to old Microtic, some to mutek neutronum nucleum paramnum mutaponium patukun triunium samarami boy nami think of an amen termacaret you like a musicusham or headache so it caprito or superem give dinner to him casuexaca technotech with emperamnum to cool up to rank for the Nuptam Q, Kubisna Poetic time, or Kurchu to all two Napria Summit and Win Pet more through them, but a messic barcum and soon Petrosets and a technetri tap the Pemseca Capernanu Kubtak Petro on Taram Sanak and Tico Macau and a capra and the messes to do a prim Kamutaf and a bull nurker to Tigam Casudus and a Nekio, Benens and a Nekteamo Roy at the TM Sekimi Pedantrum and Henna, so I had no jury in the Musket call my injury win at the wall, who Tetsu Masuja to do a picture I had at no neck Pijaneshek, New Gap, Capron to Wall, or up to Mamma Masaru, Wasatan, Tono, Never National Shuruki, Ariandeska Mamulan, Katat, Capru, Tapum, Tapum, Mentorum, the Rosso, and the wrong Nemerican Cropis, Rekanisha, Kipnatru, Naburush, or Rekarabish, Pekadap, Kinikadek, in American, the Pius could kept the good topping out shot of run after waking in you, the Wajati or best at the Penapash or fish, Waja, having some of my interim pets and up and I think and I say good in these at the research, but I push it up to which Remy said what I'm new Capri, Capri, Capanan, Capri, Capru, Capri, Capru, and when Caprici Capri Perimeter no mum, yes, or na. Anche manting barretto ora la make be arrivo in rosa so by cooker make me to ari to the 19 that sabi what to nine abae kabae se va por si ona con lei on frate rapidista de guamas se bo si come tutti so bocca vorremmo io si capi di più giorare tu amo che tempo e ne cortana camaru amo le una mica tra le bros rush so amo amensi better than camaru amo le una mica cortana bros ram sebenarnya sekarang kau wabai pakai kemarin kekene nih wabai kemudian terus sebenarnya korang pada kara seru syarif gara korang satu kali biar kem kara pakai orang kebaikan biar kemakin terus ini syarif bersih pada ketika dan ke kau num bersih pada kiki wetam sekarang aja itu anak kiki usaha dan kebiasaan menurut dosen kaisan ini sebenarnya ketinggalan aku akan syarwan warai kau pada mereka buat dan chat dan penulis sebaik tu making mereka jual kepada nenek syunu independent pada financial remedies sarasi keraparikat neto nuti so many formats que pessoal temos janela uma pescada pessoa sapes arina que provação so que barra que a mão tempo andar promoção na tune pita na frente mas poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel compas, Yana compa. New, get, new. Kepra, tuma, kansu, or semi-talk shop, balan, sham, truina, or semi-talk shop, balan, sham, truina, or semi-talk shop, balan, sham, truina, abra, dabra. Welcome back to Earth. It's another wonderful day. There's lots of things to buy and be distracted by. But be careful and just get what you need. for that family member of yours. They couldn't make it today, and that's why they sent you. But I like to think they avoided Earth altogether and sent us to get what they need. That's okay. That's family for you. Wow. Yes. Alrighty now. I didn't go anywhere. I'm right here. I'll tell you what, man. I want to reinvent coffee makers. I mean, all I see, all these coffee makers are made of they're made of plastic. They're just all made of plastic. I don't care what grade of plastic it is, they're all made of freaking plastic. It's like, can I not just go to the store and find something I can just like pour my coffee through with glass or metal or not aluminum? That's just poisonous. I don't know why they still allow that stuff to be legally made into freaking pots and pans, man, to any degree. I read some shit on that, man. I read a fucking report. I got 15 pages into this bitch, into the poisons released from non-stick pans after they get even the smallest scratch from them. And I thought it was, and then I fucking looked at it. It was like a 200 fucking page report in detailed science of all the fucking chemicals and shit going into your body from a scratched Teflon fucking pan. One tiny nick on it, every single meal you're getting is worse than a pack of cigarettes all at once. Take that shit to the bank. Aluminum? It'll make you go fucking crazy. It's why it's literally illegal in many countries in the world to make or sell aluminum fucking cookware. And yet in America, that's your center of the Teflon coating. So not only do you get the Teflon coating chemical crap, you get the stuff from the aluminum too. Say cigarettes or stuff are bad. I read some shit and makes those things seem like a fucking bubble gum. Yeah, teach their own, you know. Some people learn about these things, some people don't. There's some places I would absolutely love to eat, but I know the state of their pans that they cooked in. Great food, great people. I love to eat, but I know the food is technically packed with poisons. Not because of how it was packed, because of the pan it was cooked in. I was at a place where I had unlimited food. I had all the food I wanted. I could make it, I could get it, I could learn how to make it, I could ask for it, they'll make it for me, whatever. I could have all the food I wanted. But then I learned that 99% of their pots and pans they used were aluminum, spun aluminum. Look, when I scrub a pot or a pan, okay, I got that wire brush, not brush, but I got that wire sponge, the wire scrubby pad, I scrub it so much that even though it's clean, even though all the fucking grime is off on the aluminum pans, I scrub that bitch so much that aluminum fucking coloring mixes with the water, starts getting dark. It be fucking clean. There's not a damn dirty thing. Brand new clean pot, and I can literally scrape aluminum into the water, and they're cooking with that at temperatures above boiling water, and they're scraping it. Dementia, fucking, the brain will go cuckoo for nuts being exposed to aluminum. Aluminum is toxic to our body in that regard. Shit. So a lot of times when people make some pretty outlandish comments to me, I don't even have to think about the cookware that either they're A using or going to somebody to cook for them. So I know their brain's not being healthily supported. So why would I want to pick on somebody like that? Why would I want to even defend myself? I wish things were better for you. I wish you had different circumstances. Fuck the wishing. You know what? I'll read blessings tomorrow. When I send out the blessings, I'll send out some blessings to you too, and maybe things will get for the better on the flip side. No ill, no negative. Maybe shit just flips up for you on the positive, and then because I'm not the only one that they sling that comment at. If you do it to people in their own life when they go out, it's the heart, it's the self. I always redirect back to the heart and to the self. I do, because what is inside is what comes out. So that which somebody shares, no matter in what fucking regard, it's part of themselves. Everything I share is just part of me. It's why I say what I feel like, how I consider things, or whatever the case, whatever flows into me. I'm just sharing. I'm just being me. I'm not reading somebody else's fucking script. Not generally, if I do, I found a really good story and I like the story they wrote. It was actually a really good script. I'm going to read it for what it was, word for word. I'm very choosy with scripts I'm going to read. They gotta match up with my own character and my own self, because if they don't match up, then I ain't going to be able to read it properly. Something that B says that I should be doing, not that I should, but that I want to offer to do a tarot or oracle reading. Uh, does anybody want like a two card reading? I'll put that out there for a moment, and if we get anything, I'll do it and move on to the next thing afterwards. Just for the record, um, Horace Looper, Looper Cow, Upper Cow, Horace Upper Cow said, dude low key ascended from a tent to a trailer. I lived in a tent for about 3 nights at the Renaissance Fair when they took me behind scenes, and I proved my worth in doing what I do of who I am. And then within 3 nights, they gave me a room to split with another dude. I have my own bed, and that was a trailer. And then I met a girl, a woman. She's 13 years older than me. Within 3 months of being together, we uh, acquired the cash, miraculously happening so. I got a good chunk, she got a little bit, and I bought her a van. We got a vehicle the first year. Then the second year, we got a trailer. We got our own trailer to hook up to our own van. And then the third year, all paid off, no fucking bills. I don't have these things anymore. She has, and I've created a life for her. There you go. Bye. Enjoy it. I'm gonna go find mine. And then even we got the RVs. We had a van, trailer, and RV. So and now I've moved. Now I'm always moving. So who knows where I might land up? You know, I say tomorrow, but I mean in the future, any day in the future. Tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be where I am right now, but you follow that idea. 131 said he wanted a reading. Maybe we'll do one for Kimberly too. All right. Just two. We'll always go with three. Although I do have a word in my language, my book that I wrote, language I introduced. It's a spiritual language. It's not like hello, goodbye kind of a language. And one of those words says that 2 to 3 is the key to victory. 2 to 3, 2 to 3. I've been pulling out like 3 or 4 or 5 decks of cards. I just pulled out 2, but this is for 131XX. Again, this is for 131XX. Look, the cards, they are explanations that other people don't give you. You can acquire a tarot deck. You can acquire an oracle deck. The difference is a tarot deck is pretty straightforward with events and situations. An oracle deck, give me that one. Not that one. I want that one. Look, I got certain stones on my hands and magnets and metals that correlate with particular divine energies. So sometimes my hands freaking gesture beyond my explanation of mind or heart or gut. They're independent, and when they fucking gesture over and over, okay, we're adjusting, the hands are leading the way. Those ones are pretty accurate on everything. Say no, it's that one, which is great because I was saying 23, 23, and 23 is the first card right here, the crocodile. And this card in particular is bringing out. I had you there. I had you there. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not 23. It's 22. I looked at. I put an extra one. Put an extra digit on there, so I flipped the page, thinking it was there. It wasn't. The crocodile. The crocodile. This image, which has often been called the atheist or the fool, represents a blind man with a bag on either side of his shoulder and a stick in his hand, walking toward a broken obelisk, stretched on the ground, and behind which, with its huge mouth open, a crocodile awaits him. It is truly the picture of the atheist who sees not the divine light and carries the weight of his mistakes and his faults. His stick cannot guide him, and he walks, urged on by fatality, towards his ruin, symbolized by the voracious crocodile in the sky. The sun is partially eclipsed, or voracious crocodile. Next sentence. In the sky above, the sun is partially eclipsed by a dark shadow, the symbol of doubt, destroying faith. This arcane means that a number of misfortunes are threatening you, and that your only hope is to come to you from heaven, towards which your prayers must rise constantly. The way to get out of the dangers: seek that heavenly guidance, seek that intuition. Like I keep saying, right there connected within the heart. Meditation, prayer. Prayer is communication. So that's not what you're stuck with. That's what you can move around and get through. This next one is the Seven of Bells. Lucky card that brings recognition and material rewards, progress in every area, a loving marriage, rejoice. So you may be currently surrounded with some really kind of messed up things going on. Follow your direction of your faith. And if you have doubt, you need to just cast it in a freaking fire, metaphorical. If you have doubt, get rid of it. If you, here's the saying, write it down, I'll say it 3 times for you. If it causes doubt, do without. If it causes doubt, do without. If it causes doubt, do without. You don't need it. If it's causing doubt to happen in your mind, it's a wrong thing to fuck with, whatever. I'm moving towards what I want. If it's a reason bringing in doubt, no, I can't. I could do anything. I could be anything. I could figure out anything. I could grab a idea out of the air, right out the clouds, and have a solution I didn't know I could do before. So stay on that path. And any questions or comments or anything? 131 XX. Cool. Yeah. Stay on that meditation path. You're right on it. Then the cards, you're right in the middle of those two cards. You're right in the middle of them. You're right on the met. You're doing your thing. Keep up with that. Yep. Good. 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 And it's gonna bring you to that reward, to that what you're really looking for. Very welcome. Very welcome. And Kimberly, I bet you're still here. I think so. Boom, boom. I'll tell you where I started my practice work getting rid of doubt, because I banished doubt from me. I literally banished it. You don't have any resonance with me. I, I don't live with you. If somebody walks around and has you in them, then as soon as you creep up through them, I'm gone. I'm not hanging out with that. It's not coming into my space anymore. I'm not cool. I'm not kosher with it. And the way I started doing that was that if I was doing anything, I don't care what it was, it could be the most okay thing to do. But if it made me nervous, if it made me worry for some reason, if I had some lingering thing to be concerned about because I had this item or thing or friend or anything, I just started saying, fuck it, I'm done with it. I don't need it. I don't want it. That's, I don't want the worry. I don't want the anxiety. I want to be a kid and have fun. Are you doing something you shouldn't be doing? Are you doing something like that? Fuck it. I used to mess with that. I don't, no, no. Anything. Anything. And so I started becoming aware of how to avoid situations. It became the situation. It became the energy in the environment. Had nothing to do with the person. That's where people get a completely wrong idea from me. Is they don't understand I walked away from the bad energy. If that energy walks right back up to my door, I'm gonna close the door and keep it away. But if that person shows up and they got like positive energy, then great. Like we're not in that other atmosphere. That shit ain't going down. We're good. Everything's kosher. Kimberly, I'm gonna pull some cards for you. Just give me a message in the chat log if you would be so kind, please, so that I know that you're still there. Boom! It's already there. You're the latest comment. You got it. Wonderful. Okay, so I want to explain something to you very quickly. Well, not quickly. Speed doesn't matter on this account, Kimberly. I read your comments there. Okay. You are a star seed. You are a divine being in the flesh. You have abilities to telepathically connect with spirits and with spirits in the soul with inside of a person. That's why you make comments like you can clear a room. The pills do nothing but suppress, hurt, and damage your body and your life. Because they want to say there's something wrong with you. You have skills and abilities that would put other people to shame. You have skills and abilities that would allow you to see the truth behind any situation going on in the entire freaking planet. You have powers, and they want to numb you. What was that whole thing? Would you want the blue pill or the red pill? Because you've taken one of those already. One of these that's already going down. It's interesting because, on another note, in the past amongst a tribal community, a two-spirited individual, person who displayed masculine and feminine traits, a person that was of this sort that we have 1,000 different names for nowadays. These types of people back in the day, they were likely to be a shaman in the group. They were likely to be a seer, a medicine person. They already knew that this individual being bringing in this duality together was going through a process that elevated their mind to a different position, and they respected that. They didn't try to make that person say you're crazy. They said, you're hearing my fucking grandmother. What is she saying? Anyways, the cards that popped out for yourself here is number 8 for the first one. This is an Egyptian system. It's called the Balance and the Sword. At the top of 3 steps, which represents the 3 worlds, sits a woman, her brow encircled with a crown of iron, the emblem of inflexibility. Her eyes are bandaged to indicate that she holds no account of the social positions of the accused ones. A sword in one hand and a balance in the other, she judges and she punishes. The lion by her side symbolizes force ruled over by justice, and the sphinx next to it, the eye of God who looks into the souls of the wicked. The winged turtle above symbolizes repentance, which may obtain forgiveness in spite of the greatness of the crime. Finally, a divine messenger tells us that the justice of God will be the final judge of the justice of men. This arcane number 8 means that everything in life is a pretty even struggle between good and bad, and that every action brings in its wake a reaction, thus forcing us to be the most cautious in our thoughts and undertakings. The next card here is the Ten of Leaves. And the Ten of Leaves is bringing it out that persistent worries, persistent obsessions, persistent nightmares, your fears may not be necessarily justified, but you would be confused, your judgment clouded. Ask for advice from those who can help you selflessly. Fears not necessarily justified. Hmm. Fears where there shouldn't be any. Because you actually have ability and strength. That heart of yours is powerful. And I know as long as I'm in a room, I can see who the fuck is there and who the fuck is not. I can explain stuff. I can point you to all sorts of articles online. Did you know, Kimberly? I might be able to pull it up. I might have it. Did you? This I'm not bullshitting and I'm not making it up. There are actual 2 articles, scientific research, legit science, legit scientists, universities, the whole freaking ball of wax on that note, and they proved we can make our own cannabinoids and our own DMT through self-medication. And there's one girl who they brought her in for a study. She didn't take nothing, but she is exhibiting the exact symptoms, sight, awareness, cognitive ability, not losing it, not delirious, but able to communicate and be a sociable person without medication or anything, she'd be tripping the whole time as if she was on mushrooms. She didn't take nothing. She ain't on nothing. She was in there the whole time. She went in there regular, nothing's happened. She didn't take nothing. They did the study. Da, 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 da. This chick doesn't naturally. She's naturally on mushrooms. She's naturally in that state of being. She's naturally connected. So you telling me? I think you need a reevaluation of what you're actually connected with. And I'll tell you another thing about spirits. I've worked with spirits. I'm a shaman, legit. When spirits come to you, they're very much like a child. They want things their way. They want to do it their way. They want to leave it messy. They want to do this. They want to do that. But what does a mom do? Mom comes in, she cleans up the house. Gotta clean that. No, you don't get to just make a mess and run off. If you got the balls to make a mess, you got the balls to clean it up too. This no responsibility. You teach the kid how to be responsible, and that's the same thing you do with the spirits that you in contact with. You train them. You teach them. Do not let them get to have the final say. You are the king, and they are there because of you. That's a real connection. That's not delusional. You can write notes and you can connect events. And there's things that people would call coincidence, but you already know in your heart they're an omen. When you see it and you heard it from the other side and you know which way to go and you go that way and then because you were headed this way and there's a big old accident. Oh shit, if I would have, I'm glad I paid attention. That that kind of activity, that's real spirit connection. That ain't no play around foo foo. Oh, you're hearing something bullshit. No, 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 it's not. There's much more doctors and specialists of all sorts, wise people in all sorts of fields in the world. Don't just go to one place and get an opinion. Go to several different structures that treat the same thing and get opinion from each of them. See what they each think. Kimberly Murphy, I'd like to add in as well. I'm not just saying stuff to say stuff. This is a reality. When okay, so I started up. I got my major altar back here. One, two. This is like my earth level right there, and then that'd be like the heaven level up here. Um, but anyways, and then got like a portal like area, a rug, whatnot on the ground. Anyways, there was a particular juncture where I had my single altar, and then I learned an ancient Japanese system. I still have the information somewhere, but it's about five altars. So I had the four elements represented on the altar, on one altar. But then after I read this, I was like, hold on a second. And essentially, it's a satellite construct. And I'll give you I'll explain it. But instead of one altar, I changed it up. Each corner of the room had an altar to one of the elements. And then the center altar at each proper corner had the elements of each one coming together. Satellite structure, perimeter, center being able to come out and project. Okay, bigger broadcast. We can broadcast further. we can speak and communicate with more, because what you can reach right now, what you've been working with on a regular basis throughout your life without any let up or free time, this is a 24-hour gig for you. It can come to you in dreams and all sorts of things. It never quits. So in your working with this, as I was doing, when I extended out to those altars, I could actually communicate with divinity much more easier and faster, smoother and efficiently. So not just with those spirits around me, but also with them up above. Now, also in this whole process, one big thing that jumped up into my life and my reasoning and all of that. I meant to put my hat on here, but I didn't. And oh, I got my feathers on. Oh well. And the reason why was that's going on. Okay. Kimberly, and we were talking about my brain just took a left turn for all get out. Um, I ain't even smoke enough for that to happen. Remind me what I was saying. It's always on to something. Just give me anything I was saying. It'll if you put it in chat, oh, I'll get to bring me back this one if I can. We'll pull it back. Get an assist on that one. My brain's fucking gone. When I say gone, I mean it's just took a dive off the deep end. Um, oh, got it. Yes, thank you. Okay, so so it allowed me to connect with divinity much further. I could connect with those around me pretty easily, but with the extension of the altar, I was able to do that more effectively. This is where I was getting. Okay, when I got into that resonance with the five altars during that experience, what I came to realize and learn and began to actively do. I had done it before, but I didn't know I was doing it. And it doesn't mean that I throw myself into like, okay, it's 4 o'clock, I gotta cry time. It's not like that. It just the day flows how it flows, and the shit pops up when it does. But there are five primary energies of divinity. There's five cosmic energies of creation. And that's why the one who is on their journey, they actually wind when on a further portion of their journey, they literally wind up going through the five emotions every single day. I'm not talking about, oh, yeah, that's sad. No, I mean, tears pouring, motherfucking nose going crazy, getting angry, switching to being happy. Seriously, I'm not, and it's not losing it. It's allowing the self to resonate the emotions, because the emotions are the energy in which the divine themselves can feed. So if we resonate all five primary creative energies every single day through our emotions and just accept it and not be tied to anything bad about those emotions happening, then in our prayer, in our communication, we're literally transferring that literal energy to them. And now they actually have some juice, they got some sauce to actually cook up a freaking miracle for us. This is the way it works. I ain't tripping. I ain't lying. I'm fucking real as shit. And that's why they want you fucking dumbed out thinking something else. Because if you figure out that you can manifest what you want in the world without money, then they all lose. That's why they put so much money into making drugs that are legal. Oh, we have 1,000 side effects. You could blah, 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 blah. End of life. Ah. But take this, it'll take care of that little tiny problem you got. You, really? Really? Could we just put mafia over that group of people? Could we just call you the mafia? Because that's, you got some kind of syndicated ring going on over there. Like, you get to sell yours legally, and everybody else got to do it behind the scenes. Like, what the fuck? Really? Yeah. Uh huh. Yeah. That's why that stuff's going on. Take back your power and fucking change the world beyond their limitations. That's what I started doing. That's why I could accept all the haters and bad things people tell me. Of course, I'm doing something nobody they don't want me to do. I'm giving away the secrets. They losing their position. Somebody figured out their trick, and now they fucking going to stumble up in life. Oh, and I never even fucking knew where they were, or where they came from, or anything. I just gave some little secrets away, and now the bullies fucking getting tripped up, and they're the ones tripping, and we skipping. Sounds good to me. What am I continually change. I shift. Even when I think I became what I was becoming, I'm like, well, okay, we're gonna be that. And then something happens in life, and it's like, well, you got something else to shift into, and I was like, whoa, okay, let's get it on, bro. And that stuff gets that gets going. That's pretty fun on the spirit side of things. What am I at the beginning? Okay, I'll just let me. It'll be better if you kind of get the map of my history, just the tiny map. So I was in Christianity for 27 years. Religion doesn't matter. It was pretty cult-like, so we'll just leave it in that ballpark for now. I share it often enough, anyways. So Christianity for 27 years, and then mom passes away. I get into learning Jewish, the Hebrew script, and the Kabbalah and all that good stuff. And that I get into writing it and reading it and all of that, mapping it, working it with my, as much as I can. And so as I got to the bottom of that rabbit hole, oh, I found out a lot of stuff going on. Though its root is Kemetic. The scripting came out of Egypt, and it's how they were able to keep their country going. And the priest class did become corrupt. They did steal the scrolls, the papyrus. They did take what was there. They made new copies, and that's why the king practically plunged his whole army into the waters. It wasn't to get a fucking working group of people. It was to get the documents that let us run the fucking world. That's how that group was able to survive out in the desert with nothing except that one piece of technological advancement. Ooh, ooh. So I traced it back. I went back further, got into the Egyptian, the Kemetic. That got me into Hindu and Indian and Japanese and Chinese and Latin, and brought me all the way back around to my own, to speak Crow, to be able to connect with my Lakota blood, my Cherokee. I got more Cherokee than either of the other ones, and I'm able to put it all together. I'm able to see that whole picture, and that kind of a journey has really allowed me to put things together that other people wouldn't. That kind of journey is only accessible to somebody with a heart of love, because if there's anything other than a heart of love going into it, then it's going to say, oh no, that's bad. Oh no, I'm afraid of that. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if that can work. But love believes all things. Love is indomitable. See, it says love is long suffering, and people get that quickly mistaken with forever suffering. Forever suffering. No, it said long suffering, brah. Long. It can do it for a long time, not forever. So, respect one's own limits. Bring everything together. There's a lot of different things on the table. There's a lot of different places the mind can go. And people are going to try to persuade your mind to go where they want it to go. And often it's a big fucking distraction from you connecting with who you are. Because if you were fully you with no restrictions, you'd be changing the motherfucking world. You'd be making people unhappy. You probably be living off in the woods by yourself because you find a nice spot over there and nobody gives a hoot about that spot. Hey, I'll stay over there. But you go into town during the day and you take care of some shit and you already know how people feel. But you could see that people's lives are getting better because of your very actions. I'll be your villain. Go ahead, paint me as the villain. I'm gonna keep making things better. I'll be the villain, the hero, I don't care, whatever. I'll be whatever somebody wants me to be. But as soon as I fit that mold, as soon as I fill them shoes, as soon as I got that outfit on and that's what they expected me to have on the next day, I just decided to change it up. See, I've done tarot for a while now. And one thing I've learned over the years is to change up your methods. If you're always pulling cards in the same formula, in the same pattern, in the same way, then there are spirits in the atmosphere on your side or not, and they'll fuck with your reading because they can. How many times as a human have you done something just because you can? It wasn't necessarily what you wanted, wasn't necessarily what you were invested in, wasn't necessarily what you're trying to cause. You're just because you could. You did. Yeah, I've been there, I've done it. Spirits are very much the same way. To train those spirits to say, no, we don't do that. I've said this before, I'll say it again, but this is just an example, one out of many. It's just a very clear example. But I've been taken care of, like, I can tell when a new spirit's connected with me, and it's probably going to be with me for 2-3 months, maybe less, but probably 2-3 months, and then they're going to depart, and that'll be that. And when they first come up to me, when I first know about them, usually I'm, well, first off, I'm not one to just leave trash on the ground. And so, especially if I dropped it. And so, if I'm passing by, I see a piece of trash on the ground. I have the inclination naturally within me. I know who I am. I'm gonna pick up that trash. If I put it in my pocket, if I put it in the trash can, whatever, but I'm gonna get that off the ground. And in my head, there ain't nobody around. There's no one else that's in this influence. I ain't been fucking with nobody else. I ain't on nobody's radar for anything. And in my head, it says, oh, I'll just leave it there. That was another motherfucking consciousness talking to me. That's not my consciousness. My consciousness, my heart says, I don't want a fucking dirty fucking floor. I'd rather keep it clean if I can. I don't care if I'm outside. If this is a spot I visit regularly, I don't care if they got a fucking cleaning crew. Guess what? There's shit on the ground. There's a trash can right now. I'm gonna take 10 minutes out of my gosh blessed loving day and just clean up the area and make it beautiful. Not just for myself, but for anybody else who decides to come. Why do I need to be paid to do something that somebody gets paid to do? I don't. It's what I would like to do. I'm going to do it. I could care less about. My reward was a nice, clean space. The floor wasn't cluttered with trash. Nice. Good. I'm happy. That's reward enough. And those spirits, those consciousnesses, they will learn their lessons. I'll tell you what, if you don't know how to be a mama or a papa, because that's what you need to be for get a spirit correct on the shaman side of things, working with them. I'm going to explain this portion. I'll share this portion out a bit. All right, here's a person I was living with. They had these two cats. These cats were like, I'm not kidding you, they were like 12 years old. They were old. They were freaking old. They were old. I came in, and this person had these cats practically their whole life, and the cat's life, and and these two cats, they go fight over their food. They put two food bowls out, but the cats, they fight over one, bully the other one. Even put two bowls, both bowls mine. 12 years they've been doing this. I'm in the environment. I wake up at fucking before the sun's up. So the cats see me, they start coming up to me, crying for me for food. Well, all right, you hungry? I'll throw some food down for you. No worries. Early morning breakfast, whatever. They start fighting over the food and bullying each other. I'm like, ho, 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 ho. I'll tell you how to fix that one real quick. Real motherfucking fast. You want to be a bully? You don't get to eat. See how many days you want to be like that. You ain't going to make it many. Within 7 motherfucking days. Okay, 14 max. Max. It was a few years ago. It's a quick turnaround. Person walks out in the morning, not their normal time. They walk out. They see their two cats eating at their own food bowl without bullying each other. And without skipping a beat, the person goes, huh, I guess you can teach an old cat a new trick. Don't give them what they want. That's how you starve them. I don't care if it's a human or a spirit. They want it, don't give it to them. Starve them. They're going to come begging for it if they care for you in their life at all. If they don't, good. Move on with your problems to someone else. I ain't dealing with it. But as far as spirits go, they get that message real damn fast. Real fast. Real fast. I'll ignore them on purpose. Ooh, better comply. I ain't playing no fucking games. You want to attach to my spirit and my flesh? That's a complication in my life. I have to account for that. I have to manage. I have to be conscious. I have to be aware of this shit going on, motherfucker. So I can't afford no shenanigans on our ship. You know what I'm saying? And generally speaking, the spirits appreciate the love and the good and the joy, and I don't give a fuck. You all rawr will be your rawr. Karma one day she gonna be like, yo, we need something handled, and I'll be like, yo, Mr. Rawr, your card's up. You could do whatever you want, slasher style. Yeah, Karma said full rain, 100% golden pass. Do what you do till they learn their lesson. That's how my crew works. That's why I can let people be the way the fuck they are, because Karma's gonna need something taken care of, and Time for you to go do it. Go do your thing. You do how you do, man. All the reins are off. That's how I work with my team, my spirits, my crew. So my mom worked with me. She's like, look, I got a few rules. You follow 1 through 4. Like she didn't number, but you follow the few rules. Life is golden. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just keep track of those. And so I do the same thing with my spirits. Like you gotta have manners. You gotta be respectful. We're not being fucking lazy. If you don't know, if you're not aware, you're not. A soul. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not making this up. A spirit, a soul, that consciousness. Okay, it is always creating. It's invisible to physical flesh, to the third dimension, because it's moving faster than this dimension of light. Okay? It's always creating physical substance and reality. Okay? That influence, that development that keeps each day a new day for what it is. The point of physical incarnation is to attune our soul to that frequency of love. Because in an attunement of love, the spirit will be able to respect life and society as it is and will be able to contribute to creation happily and positively. A soul that has no development, a soul that is very base and doesn't fucking know, then it just creates anything. Oh, shiny, make it shinier. Oh, that was something really bad. That was a bad shiny, like a boom shiny bad. Damn, that's so fucked up. That spirit just fucked up. They didn't know. They're not attuned. They just have the ability to fucking create. There's no bad or good. It's just fucking ability. If you're born and you happen to have the strength of fucking Hercules, are you a bad guy because you accidentally knocked the building over? No, you're a child and you had superhuman strength. Oops. Love is equal to your heart being as light as a feather or lighter than a feather. With love in your heart, peace, calm, tranquility is literally a grasp away at all times. That's how close it is. On this journey that I've been on the shamanic path, I could be just in a moment of chaos. And I'm going to read over some words if I have to. If I got to go to that degree, I'll read over some words for a couple hours. And I'll be in a whole nother spot. My mind, my heart, my energy, my emotions, I'm somewhere else completely. Maybe I was burning up over that situation or issue or whatever was going on, but I went into my communication, my meditation, I raised my vibration. Shit, what? Hold on, that shit don't matter so much to me anymore. No, let me focus on this now. Okay, cool. See, people get stuck to things, and that's what we don't want to be. We don't want to be stuck to those things. Able to move. It's good to have patterns. It's good to have things that are familiar and what one enjoys. I certainly enjoy having coffee with you every morning. That's for certain. It's nice to keep some things in life, but to know that everything, not everybody, everything could be lost too. So I always keep deed close to me. It's a collection of everything. It's really cool. We've got a bunch of different things I've carved into this staff myself over the years. Part of my journey, what I've been through, developed, and so forth and so on. There was this one kid. Oh, I was out in public, and he comes up to me, and I was talking with his mom or dad or whoever it was. He wasn't by himself. And is that your totem pole? You know what? Yes, yes, that's, you could actually, yep, yes, it is. Never thought of that one before. I was, holy shoot, yeah, the way this one's carved out, the one on the way, because every carving I did, like hieroglyphs, runes, and stuff like that, like, I had to live out that reality for like a week or two. Like, there was a couple that went in together, and those were unique experiences. But just about every carving on here was done, and then I'd have to experience that energy out for as long as it lasted. And once I integrated that energy, then I could carve the next one in. And so, yeah, that was the gold that other people have. It's worth listening. It's worth hearing. If somebody's got a good heart, you're gonna hear you're gonna hear the tonnage flow with that. And if they don't, you're gonna hear the tonnage flow with that. Look, I was in this one area. I don't want to give details out about this, but I want to share very much. So I'm gonna leave a bunch of details out. I was in this one particular place, and I did not understand what they were saying. I did not understand the language they were speaking to each other. But they be talking to each other, and I got that psychic sense, man. I do. I got that psychic sense, and I know when motherfuckers are talking about me. I know when some. If I'm in a room and you're talking about me, and it's negative, like I'm gonna feel that shit. I tried to deny it for a good long while, and that didn't work out. So I started believing, and they'd be practically back and forth, and then turn around and come say something all nice to me or something, or low key cool or calm, and I'm like, I don't get that. I don't get how you could be like, oh yeah, 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 it's cool, yeah, we're good, yeah. Yeah. I mean, unless you're playing something else you ain't talking to me about and keeping secrets and doing shit, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Then obviously. But pay attention to people's tones. Pay attention to their attitude. Pay attention to their gestures. Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's someone else entirely. Sometimes people get stuck in that spot and they just need to be pulled out of it. It's not about going back or like down in your energy, but it's about offering a new wavelength for them to jump on. And when they don't want to jump on that wavelength, then that just tells me we're not going to blend at the moment. Maybe in the future, but right now we're just not going to blend. That's okay. I can accept that. And that's when I'll make myself scarce. That's when I'll be a ghost. That's when I'll become a ghost. Yo, I do have the second Far Cry game. I don't have the first, I have the second one. And when I saw that shit, I was like, damn! It was just a fun game. It was just a visually nice game to play. I am a shaman piston. I'm a shaman piston. Whoa, that's a whole nother fucking view at all. And whoa, I was thinking of like a piston for a car. And then I was thinking that's the shaman like going like with this spirit like fucking low, medium, high, like and then you get like a bunch of shamans together and we're all like and we're gonna turn a motherfucking engine on. I'm telling you, this is my dream. This is what I want to do. Okay, I've been envisioning this for years, and if you're fucked up, well then you're gonna say some fucked up things because you're gonna think some messed up things. But anyways, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say anyways. So like in the traditional, the way they want to do it for them, I'd love to get like like crow and Cherokee, you know, and get like someone from Chinese and Japan and fucking and India and Egyptian and fucking as many as we can bring in to the same room to have all their materials, to have everything they need to put on their jam, their ceremony, their magic, bro, that they can fucking jam and to have all of us in one room together and to be able to like fill it out like a band or to synchronize things so that it's more like a symphony or harmonize. There's so many directions that ceremony could take. Bring in a musician. I don't know what the you know what I'm saying though. Like that's what I see. That's what I'm trying to do. That's I, I don't have the money or know the people to make that happen. So I read what I can every day because I imagine I'm reading in the Chinese and I imagine there's somebody who understands this and they can actually make out what I'm saying and they can be like, yo, he's reading blessings in my language. Whoa. And that's why I love reading in other languages because it says, I love you too. I'm sending you a blessing in your language from where I am. That's fucking dope. That's some top level respect in my book. That's what I found is loving, and like so I do what I can every day. I can't exactly bring that together in the moment. Maybe someday in the future, no doubt. But just because I don't have the golden top notch end product of the vision that I have, it that does not mean I can't start doing it right now. I could start doing it right now. It's working on every single little thing. I'll tell you, a person who has a successful company, however you want to classify their grouping as a company, is an individual who built that from the ground up. They cleaned the toilets, they fixed the electrical, they patched the walls, they served people when they walked through the door, they cooked the food, they did everything in that place. So when somebody's messing up or faulting or not there, the dude who owns the shoes running it, they could fill it in right there. They know exactly how hard it is. They know exactly how grimy it is. They know exactly how detailed and intricate it is to fix that problem or issue. So they're not going to be hard and angry on people. They're going to be like, let me get you what you need. I know what works best for that. Let me get you the right stuff. Boom. And then the person's like, thanks, man. Oh, I didn't know. Did they make this? Yeah, that'll make your job a lot easier. Oh, cool. Whoa. And like good stuff happens. But somebody who just goes, oh, I got a lot of money, this is what I want done. Well, they don't know what people are going through to do it. And you think you just throw money at it and people's pain, and problem, and issue, and all that goes away? Come on, man. Be divine. That's how I'm going to do that. Come on, man. Be divine. Oh man, don't claim any one religion, bro. Look, do some history. Do some history. Look it up. Latin meaning of the word religion. You can plug that in. Latin meaning of the word religion. Go on. Have fun. Don't belong to any. Learn from all sources. Belong to not one of them. You belong to yourself, to your own heart. You should follow your own heart. Don't follow anybody else. If they had something where they were talking to God and popping miracles out their ass, motherfucker, show me how to do it. But that's not what they doing. All they're doing is saying, "Oh, Mister Cool, follow me. Look at my big cool hat. Ooh, yeah, I got clothes and money. Give me your pomp and gold. You want to be like me, right? Follow me. See, 3 million people doing it, so you should do it too." That's called a bandwagon for being able to convince people to do what you want them to do. Holy fuck, did you get stuck in the bandwagon? Because I was there for a little bit and then I jumped out. I jumped out and ran the fuck off. And I cried every step that I took away from that wagon because my family was on that fucking wagon. But I couldn't live in that falsity anymore. I couldn't live in that division world. I had to jump out that wagon and start talking to other people and say, whoa, whoa, you got some history, you got some culture. Yeah, I hung out with people and their God is like maybe, I don't know, a couple thousand years old. Yours is 8,000 years old? Whoa. My God said he was the only one, but you have like 60? Whoa, my God must be a fucking liar. Yeah, he told Eve she was gonna die the day she ate that apple, but she happened to have kids and stuff, and like all that kind of stuff. And so she lived a lot of days afterwards. I don't know. The book I read got a bunch of. I don't know about that book anymore. But you follow your heart. And if your heart follows you to be bound, who am I to show up and tell you to do anything else? Have we not heard or discussed or considered Plato's cave theory? You might want to look that up. Plato, not the stuff you play with your hands, the philosopher with a O. Plato. Cave theory. Plato cave theory. Just look that up. This is a YouTube little video, show pictures and everything. I love it. It's great. It's great. I can't remove you from where you choose to be mentally. It's a hard thing to realize. I thought differently for many years and that didn't work. What religion? What job? What are you? I'm happy that people are apt to ask those questions because that means I have succeeded in no longer being something that somebody can classify. I fall into too many categories. I fit too many things. I don't fit into enough things. I don't fit into any one thing to be like, he's just that all the time. He's just that is all. That's just, no, bro. I broke that shit. I broke it. Fucking burned that box. All them fucking broken ass pieces. Destroyed that shell that was keeping me caged up. That's what you can do too. Not in an ugly way, not in a ugly, disrespectful way, but in a proper way, in an honorable way, in a stable, strong, firm, resilient form. One can do that. When you do, that's when every single day belongs to you. Because you're not stuck in somebody else's loop. You're not stuck following somebody else's misdirection. You get to do what you choose to do for that day. No matter where your body is, you get to choose what you participate in. You get to choose what you encourage. Do you encourage the gossiping and the arguing and the lying and the backbiting? Or do you encourage the blessings and the love and the honesty? Do you cause truth to be considered beautiful? Or do you cause a lie to be considered beautiful? That matters. I see people trying to make illusions appear miraculously in a manifested form, but an illusion remains an illusion because the person is working with the wrong ingredient. Truth, truth must be a primary ingredient in miracle making into manifestation reality. Lies don't, that just designs illusions and fake things. I got tired of living in the illusion. I was stuck in organizations, religious or this or that. I was stuck with that family. I was stuck in that mindset. I got out of being stuck in their mind traps. And I thought I was free with somebody. And then she put me in her own little trap. And I said, fuck that shit. God damn, I can't believe I got out of that trap, got out of that trap, got out of that mental brainwashing shit. And I just fell in another fucking one. I got out of that one. I got myself back. And I said, shit, you want to rock the spirit? Let's throw down some high magic. That's what I enjoy working high magic. Do you work high magic? Because if you do, I'd like to hang out with you. I'd like to work some high magic. I'd like to do some good blessings into this, send some really good blessings into this world. That's what I've been looking for. That's what I've been wanting to do. That's what I've been doing, whether I could find somebody or not. If I'm by myself, I could make leagues of progress versus being around the wrong individual. I'll slump backwards and I'll start decaying. I'll start dying, just wasting away. I don't like wasting away. I don't like slumping back. I don't like being slow. I don't like all that junk. Fuck that shit. Nope. Not for me. Nah. I'm gonna do what I do. I'm gonna do what I do. Be who I am. Because at the end of this life, I'm gonna be satisfied. That's a fact. When I close my eyes for the last time, it be sometime in the very far distant future, at a peaceful time in my life. But I'm gonna be satisfied. I know that much. I'm not gonna have something to say, oh, I wish I'd done. No, no. And that's why if I feel the inclination to do something and I have the ability to make a inch worth of progress in that direction, well then I'm gonna do it. because I just might build something to the point to where I'll make that happen. Well, I might also get to the point where I couldn't do it at all. But I would have never known if I didn't start inching my way to it. If I didn't start making progress every single day. Hey man, at the end of 12 days, that's a foot. If you never made progress on that before, ever, that foot's monumental. You took a fucking step. In your life, you took a step in that direction that nobody else would have. It changes reality. It changes things. You start getting a little bit proficient with it. You start saying, "Oh, I'm a little familiar with it." Yeah, at first it was real hard. It was stumping me up and fooling me up and everything. But now, yeah, I know what's coming up next. Yep, that comes up. I got this to do instead. Boom, bam. Yep, no problem there. And that was gonna happen. I got this fixed. That's fixed right there. No problems. And now I'm doing it real quick, real smooth. And now I've been doing it for 3 years. Ain't no one else in the world to do it, and I'm flying at what I'm doing and not introduce it to the world. There ain't nobody that can keep up with me. I already started the race. I ran for 3 years, and then I said, "Hey, everybody, race is going on in case you weren't aware of. Go ahead and join." I hope you pass me up. If you did, that would be that would be a personal accomplishment in my life, and I mean that sincerely. I look for the day. I pray for the day. I work for the day to where this world is full of intelligent psychics. Because ain't no secret gonna survive the dark. None of them. We don't need robots and AI. We got people smarter than all of it. Thanks, Pumpkin. I tend not to listen to them. Um, I recognize where they are in life, and I was I was I was I was laughing at the dinosaur comment. Somebody put a dinosaur comment, and I saw a brontosaurus, and and I was like, "Rawr!" And I was just instantly like my little kid self again. I was just like in that kid world, man, and like that's little things like that. It's not very complicated, like the little toys I have around and stuff. Like it's I'm 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 in my own slice of heaven as much as I could extrapolate my soul around me, and I'm surrounded by too much joy to be pulled down. I fought for my happiness. That's something that changed my interacting with people, is that I fought for my happiness. And when I fought for my happiness, I went back to my childhood self. I remembered how I used to be and how I used to think, and I wake up happy every day, and I'm a good person, and I just want to do good stuff. And that person that was yelling and creating all sorts of stuff for me to act like and be upset by, that's not me. That's not who I was. And I remembered who I was. I had to work for that. That took a lot of fucking emotional and mental work to pull my head out of hell. quite literally, as it was shoved down in that mug. And I got my happiness back. I got my joy back. I found that Porsche. I remember I got myself back. And when I did that, I said, ain't nobody ever taking it from me again. Nobody gonna take it from me. They can't take it from me. It's my choice to give it, and I choose to keep it. That's my joy. And if you want to be encouraged by my joy, great. But you want to do anything else with it? I don't give a shit. My joy is my joy. It's just gonna radiate off me like the sun radiates light off of it. Sheesha. And yeah, I go into moments where I'm upset. Yeah, I go into moments where I'm frustrated and rah, 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 rah. But they don't last. They don't last half the day. They don't last hours. They last moment. Processed, accepted, worked through, right back to myself. I gave my happiness and my joy away to somebody so that they could enjoy it and so that they could have some love and joy back in their life. And they just shat on it for 6 years straight. For 6 years straight, they shat on my joy and my heart and my love, and they turned me into the complete opposite. It's not who I am. People will change you. People will manipulate you. People will draw you in with a lot of good stuff. Looks healthy, sounds yummy, this is great. And then year number fucking 2 or 3, they got you in their hooks and their claws. And by year 5, your fucking life is fucking, it's hell. If you can imagine hell on this earth, it's hell. And that's what people do. That's the real world. And everything I have to share every single day is so that you don't get stuck there. So that when you see that somebody fucking set the trap, that their shit was bullshit the whole time, that you're smart enough in that moment to go, I heard that motherfucker say what he said. I ain't sticking around for another 5 seconds for bad anything. No, this ain't till the wheels fall off. The goddamn car is shaking. You're not gonna pull over? I'll jump out the fucking window. No, I ain't doing it. I ain't going on. Because that's what happened to me. I got stuck with no fucking option and I was fucked. And it destroyed my entire fucking life. And you don't have to go through that destruction when it happens, because it will happen to you in your life. You will meet somebody, you will go through something in years to come, or maybe you went through it in your past already. But that's the real shit. That's the real shit nobody talks to you about. That's the real shit nobody wants to fucking mention, because they got fucked up in that bull crap. They got tossed over and put down in the ground, and that's all they learned how to do to somebody else to survive, was to step on somebody else and shove their face into the mud. If I can walk on you, I can walk. That's what they did to me. Now I have somebody else. I put you on the bottom. Isn't that how it works with every single goddamn bully gang system? We gotta roll you in, beat you up. So now you're a part of us, right? Now you're our family. That's no, man. No, no, no. That ain't life. I say no to all of that. No. That's subjection. And at least for myself and for a lot of other people that are learning, it's really easy to identify a comment coming from somebody who's truly stuck in subjection. And that ain't something to be happy about either. Because now I know somebody personally that their whole life could change overnight if they wanted it to, but they don't. So they're going to stay right there. Ain't shit I can do about it. being psychically aware, having your third eye open, being shamanically active, there's just this much sadness that comes along. There's just enough pain. There's as much joy that comes with it. There's an equal amount of pain. For as many happy laughs and chuckles and all that and jumps out of the throat, there's just as many tears falling out that have fallen from the eyes. Because you become aware. You become aware of everything. And it's just like watching a really fantastic movie. If you see everything, you cried, you laughed, you got angry, you said yes when the good hero fucking brought justice down and the whole goddamn kingdom or whatever good shit happened in the end. Because you could see it all. And a life is going to involve all of it. And that's why we appreciate life. That's why we remember our ancestors. That's why at the beginning of the day, I read over so many names. And people can think what they think, but I know that these names connected to somebody alive on this earth at one point in the past. And by speaking their name, their resonance exists. They're remembered, and that memory, it gives their soul connection. And that connection is the harmony that we all get to enjoy together. The seen and the unseen, the light and the dark, matter and dark matter, yin and yang. If we ignore what is dark and what cannot be seen, we are going to make mistakes. If we can pay attention with all of our senses, and we can know what's in the dark and know what's in the light, then we can properly navigate this physical material world forward. Don't let people get you stuck in only one book. Don't let people get you stuck in only one group. Don't let people get you stuck in only one anything. Diversify. It's a repertoire. Know a little, I know how to cook. I'm not just a jack of trades. I actually got something that's restaurant quality, fucking good. Give me a chef, you're gonna like this. I could see to any shamanic individual that either cooking or mechanics, like working on car engines. And when I think about working on a car engine, I think back to like the 80s and the 90s, not all this crap they got today. But that's just where my mind goes. But the ability to cook, to mix ingredients together in a proper fashion. Uh, for instance, when I make up my little biscuits, bread, I don't know, it's pretty darn close to bread. So I let one person try it, and they said, "You didn't put no yeast in it?" I said, "No." Huh? Like without yeast, I got it coming out like bread, like little biscuits. I found out how to make it taste just like fucking biscuits, just like a biscuit. Like, oh my gosh, and it tastes like one it tastes like one you buy like from the package, but I made it myself from scratch. And so you got to do like, you do the flour and those ingredients first, and you mix all the dry ingredients together, salt or whatever you put it in there, and then you put some oil and you mix the oil in there because the oil's going to get some of the mixed up with it and it's going to do its own little thing. And then you warm water up. You got to warm the water up. Got to be hot water, warm water, hot water. And then you add that in and you mix it together. It's a process. It's a process. It's not just mixing it together all at once. It's a process. And so perhaps you work with something or you do something that you enjoy in life and it has a process. That process, that's an alchemical process. It's very much applicable to anything shamanic, anything spiritual. The ability to do such a connect things together, as with a mechanic or something that they can do and fit in that process of fitting things together. We have different structures, we have different components, and we're actually bringing them together so they can produce something in our world, a manifested reality. So it's good to have other hobbies, other ideas, other things, other interests to look into things. And perhaps you have one already, perhaps you don't have one, but definitely does help. That's for sure. All right, so I need a tripod. I need a tripod. Like, that's the reality of it. The donations that have been sent in, I've not been squandering them or spending them foolishly. I've put the money aside and been able to cover rent for the past 2 months, past, well, many months. And I have enough to cover this month's rent coming up. And at that point, we'll start doing readings and asking for donations and stuff. Um, but um, but yeah, I need a tripod. Talking about a cooking channel, man, or cooking for. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. That would be that'd be great. I do. I cook. There's so many things I cook, bro. There's so many stuff. Like I started doing my bread things again, and see, like this guy, like like my little biscuits and stuff. Like I cooked a sausage, and so like I cooked a sausage. You can make fun of it or whatever, but I cooked a sausage, and then I put it inside, and then I baked it. So it's like its own little what do you call it, with the little hot dog and no bread around it. You know what I'm talking about. A Woody dog. Fuck. But but yeah, I made my own like that. But I filled it all in there, and then one of them I got a hard boiled egg, and I put it in there with it like that. That's pretty cool. That's a nice little one. Fucking hard boiled egg biscuit thing. It's fucking delicious. It's yummy. And I got this one sandwich. It's called well, I could show you how to make it, but it won't taste the same unless you got love in your heart, because you got to. That's the magic to it. But essentially, yeah. Anyways, I got some signature sandwiches and stuff that I do myself. Anyways, really, the idea started with Hot Pockets, man, because I loved Hot Pockets back in the day, and I fucking love pizza. Okay, but buying pizza is stupid expensive, and the store bought frozen ones, that's its own category. If you want to call that pizza, you can call it pizza, but frozen reheated, that's okay. So like getting it delivered, that's just, I'm not going to do that every day. I can't afford that. But right now, with what I just cooked up, if I fill pizza ingredients in the middle of that sucker, that that gonna be dang close to a calzone. And if I could make myself mini calzones, Damn, I'm satisfied. I'm fucking satisfied. But that's what I've been inching my way towards, is trying to make a good pizza. I don't have a pizza oven, so I do things a little bit differently. Like, I got some leather stuff I put together, sewed together, and a jacket. Got a jacket here I sewed together, and skirt. This one I sewed together. Another one I sewed. Anyways, and people look at it and they're like, they're looking at the stitching, and they're like, "You did this by hand?" Like, they can tell that it is by hand because it has a little mess up every now and then. But I I I, I just used the needle and thread, and I got a folding top table, and so I got the needle is a certain one, and it's good size, and it's thick enough not to break constantly. So it's a certain one, and my folding tabletop literally became one huge thimble because I put the needle on the bottom, and then I get the leather on both sides and push it down. I didn't have enough strength to push that needle through with a thumb. Fuck that shit. So literally, and flip it over and to the other side, and on and on and on and on and on. Shit, I did it by hand. I didn't have no machine. I wanted to do it. I did it. The more you know is the less you need. And it's a big difference if you're making one thing for yourself versus making a gosh darn assembly line to pop out 100 of them. Those are two different realities. I could take the time to make a one off for myself, sure, cool. An assembly line to spend my life and every day doing this, that's a whole nother category I'm not moving into. It's a great idea. Somebody wants to take it, make a bunch of money on it. Hey, I'll give you the idea. I'll tell you what, 70-30. I'll take 30, you take 70. You can fly with the idea. I'll give you all the secrets along with it. Fuck it. Why not? If you want to partner up, we'll do 50-50 split. Fuck it. I don't care. When I said 70-30, you can have the 70. You could have the primary. I'll take the little piece off the side. That's cool. See, what I imagine is I'm me. I'm who I am. That's all I know how to be. I know how to be me. Who are you? What are you? I'm me. I know how to be me. And I've got I've got some really solid ideas that are actually have been successful. And I did not take time to go and fucking make it bigger than what it was. I didn't care to. I was like, that's successful? Okay, moving on. That's successful? Okay, moving on. Hold on, I gotta work on this for a while. Okay, boom, I could do that too. Boom, okay, got the formula. I got the formula. I got the blueprint. I can do that too. Okay, cool. So now I got all that stuff together. Now, me, boom, I'm me. Now I'm bringing in the correct people. Few business ideas. We're gonna have an interesting future. We're gonna create a interesting environment for the better. That's for sure. Yes, it would be stupid cool. Okay, so I thought of this yesterday, and I'm gonna say it again because I do think it's cool. I'm not necessarily, anyways. So I envision this place, not a square building, but more like hallways go into each one with a center, like a circular place. And so, like, at one, it goes out to a cafe. You'll get drinks, little snacks or pastries, all that kind of stuff, barista, smoothies, stuff like that. And then over here, you got your library. Over here, you got your video games. And over here, you got your, like, shaman or wise dude. The dude throwing down ceremonies. So you could go get a blessing, and he's always throwing down blessings. Guidance is going or whatever the case. So you can go do 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 do. or you go to the center, which will be the main like hangout where everybody can just hang out, lounge area, take your books and read it there, or chat, or whatever the hell you want to do. I thought something like that would be really cool. Go grab your drink, go get a good blessing, play some games or read a book, hang out with friends. Sounds like a cool place to me. I love you, Mom. And I thank you, Mom, for instilling upon me good qualities and to have positive thoughts about people, regardless of their looks, regardless of what they say or do, but to always think positive things, to not get trapped in disillusion, to not be a fighter unjustly, to not act foolishly, to think before I speak. Thank you, Mom, for fighting every day to teach me the qualities you taught me to be me. I survived. I survived a whole lot in this world and in this life. And I am always reminded about how people lacked being taught certain values, whatever the dynamic structure was. That's what I'm reminded. They praise the Bible so much. And in that book, it says, do not judge. Yet every single person is an expert judge. It's like they opened up college on that. It's like from grade school. Did you go to grade school? You went to class, a judgment class, taught you how to judge other people. You don't like it, if it's something different than what you judge it. You never seen it before, you judge it. It looks like something else, it must be like that, you judge it. It's called judgment class. You didn't get that class? It was a secret class. They didn't tell anybody about. They put it inside a church, and they put it inside a school, and they put it inside a business. They put it everywhere. So just in case you're reading that good book over there, you come hang out with us every day. We'll teach you something different. That's what the world's done to us. They play games with us, literal games with our lives. I got tired of being a player in somebody else's hands. Decided to guide my own life. And where I needed help against odds that I couldn't overcome myself, well, I reached out to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. Sometimes they show up and take care of that problem themselves. Sometimes they said, hey, we have another child you never learned about. Here's their name. Go look them up. That's their mantra. Those are the words of power. That's how you call them forward. Have a good day. Okay. Problem goes away. Got a new friend, new family. That's a pretty cool uncle. Thanks, bro. Humans are only going to get you stuck in the problems you've been stuck in. The true Divine Father and Mother are going to get you through every single. You were smothered in grease. You're going to just slide past every single obstacle. Don't let other people's worries or concerns bother you or change you or manipulate you. Stay in control of your own life and understand that that control is simply a guiding to the left or a guiding to the right, because we are on this ever flowing path forward in the stream of life, and that changes, that keeps us present. We can't really move it. There's some people that swim against that stream, and well, they deal with the kind of things they deal with. That's not what we're talking about here, though. That's the we can we see an obstacle in a canoe. You got two people. All right, if you don't know anything about it, in a canoe, you got your dude up front, you got your dude in the back. The dude up front, he can see what's coming up first. Okay, he's got the best vantage to see up front, generally speaking. The dude in the back, he's steering the boat. What he does in the back, that's going to decide where that boat goes. The dude in the front as well, what he does is going to help the back turn faster, slower, whatever. It's a teamwork thing. So the person up front, they're going to see the rapids, the rocks, the chaos in the river, and he can read that river. He can see that flow, and he knows because of the rapids, because of this going on here, the water's better over here. There's a path we could go over there, and then like this here and that there. That's going to be the best case. And the dude up front, he's going to call out to the back dude, left, right, left. And that dude at the back, every single moment he calls it, he's got to do just the right fucking thing. Because if he fucking doesn't, they're flipped, they're done. They just went the wrong way in Chaos River, and they're fucked. So we can control so much, but at a whole nother spectrum, we're out of control. We don't have control to get off this flow of path of life. It's going to keep happening. And those people who keep running from it, that's the people from experiences of life, people who run from the truth. They don't want to deal with the fallout. They don't want to deal with this. They're afraid of that. They got doubt about this. Those people are swimming against the current, and they're going backwards, and they run into the same fucking problem over, and then another one over here, and then this other stranger out of nowhere in left field comes and brings the same fucking problem because they're going against the flow of life. You can't do that. You could, but I stay the fuck far away from those people. I will literally physically run from those people. I have, and I will at any moment. That's why I like to stretch in the morning. So if I need to run that day, I can. It's kind of funny when you start pulling away in a race and everybody else is racing. You did not realize it was a race. But you start pulling away from the pack and you start making so much gain that ain't nobody can catch up with you. And that's when everybody says, slow your roll. You're doing too much. Don't do that. You did enough. You can rest now. Don't do it anymore. Here, have this for your ease. Here, slow down. Here, get irritated with that. Here, this is lovely. Take that. Because if they can catch up to you, then they'll pass you up and they can take the lead again. No, your spirit in the dark is the future. Light is material. Material slows down the flow. Don't you know? Put your mind, put your heart, put your body, all those in unison, and you're going to be able to design your future the way you see it to be, not the way someone else designed it. Not by a structure of money, not by this, not by that. Kubera is a divine mo, and this mug is a dark mo too. And he is Lord over, he is master over all riches in the cosmos. We call out to him every day, every morning. he can shift things without anybody else's direction. It just happened to fall out of somebody's hands into yours. Miracles happen. I'll give you a real experience. I was with this person, and it was our third year together, and they said, we need an RV. I said, okay. So I did my thing. And other than me doing my thing, we had a plan to work and earn the money and be able to buy it at the end of the year. We did not earn the fucking money. We did not get enough jobs. We didn't have no money. We're barely surviving, driving like we've been in our van, and we had our trailer for our stuff. And we're at synagogue. And this person looks over at the lady next to me and says, why don't you have an RV? And she says, because we can't afford it. And the person next to Sim says, well, I'll give you the money. And within 14 days, we were given 14 grand. And we went and bought exactly the RV we wanted. People's hearts can move. There's a lot of good people stuck in the wrong places. So I don't care what somebody looks like. I don't care what they're wearing. I don't care what their mind's stuck at. I'm curious where their heart is. Because they might be wearing somebody else's uniform. And they might be speaking somebody else's lingo and language. They might even be doing their exercises and saying their pledges. But I just need to see their heart. Because either their heart's going to match up or their heart's not. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Everything else is a facade. Everything else is an illusion. It isn't real. My father does not hate me because of any reason except religion pitted his mind and heart against anybody who's different. That's not his choice. I was in that religion for 27 years. I talked to professionals, and that religion is a couple knocks. A couple notches. They ain't there. On a technical level, I talked to somebody who actually went in and really looked at it and analyzed this shit. And they said they're not there. Not 100%, but they a couple notches away from being a cult. That's for sure. And that's called brainwashing. The spirit likes to change. Life likes to change. Life adapts. How often do we find new species, whether it be insect or otherwise? How often do we find that nature has shifted and adapted? How often do we look back at records and see that the weather on our planet has not necessarily been the same all the time? So if things change all the time and somebody just wants to go with one fucking way of life and that's it, I ain't getting sucked into that gravity well. I ain't getting sucked into that trap. I ain't getting sucked into whatever the fuck that is, and I can't join whoever the fuck's in it. I don't care how close or how anything they are to me. I ain't going back in that. I've met people. I've met people on this journey of mine, and they walked the path with me. They walked, when I say they walked the path with me, I said they walked with me on this shamanic path. They went through this shit too. They got the chills, they saw the miracles, everything. Their eyes were open. They walked it with me. And I've even seen this one revert back so as to make themselves forget everything. Fear and doubt are very powerful, and they can overtake the soul. It can ruin the life of the body. That much I have witnessed, I have seen, and even experienced myself. Got the fuck out of that. Call it being killed and resurrected 3 days later, motherfucker, you done it too. You just decide to blend in. I decide to stick out. That's the only difference. Bro, sis, that's the only difference here. And I ain't saying you wrong for blending in. You gotta do what you gotta do. I knew one person, he was stuck in a bad group. When I say a bad group, the dude was stuck in a fucking hard gang. A hard gang. I ain't fucking no low level fucking words here, real shit. And gang knew me, and I knew them, and they were okay with me, but we didn't swing and we weren't doing the same thing. Long story short, like the dude who ran this shit, he observed me, he decided to have an interaction with me, and after seeing my character, the dude could respect me. He didn't care for me. I was not his dude to hang out with or anything. We were complete opposites. But he could respect me on my character of who I am because you could see that playing out. Anyways, so I'm talking with this one dude, and I'm actually crying talking to the other dude because I'm essentially telling him, like, even though that you're stuck inside of this group and having to live this particular lifestyle, the Divine Father and Mother, they see your heart. They see your heart, and they know what you have to do to survive, and nothing is being held against you. There's no wrong on your shoulders. There's no sin in your life. You're okay, and you're going to be protected every day. You do what you got to do. That doesn't separate your connection. Your heart is pure. Don't let that change. You might be somewhere else, but don't let that heart change. It's real. Because one day, I didn't say this, anyways. Dude, the dude who like who was like the head of the gang, he actually saw me crying, and he walks up to me and he goes, "Is this dude giving you problems?" I said, "Nah, man, we're having a heart to heart. It's all good." He's like, "All right," and he kept walking on. I didn't do nothing to win his favor. I didn't do nothing to be like, "Hey, here's something here," like I gave you something, now you like me, or I did something. I didn't do none of that. I was just who I am. You wanna fuck with me for a little bit and get to know me and talk and jive or what the fuck ever? Okay, cool. You gonna give me fucking something? I'll take it. You gonna tell me I owe you something after you gave it to me freely? You can go fuck yourself. You wanna bring what you wanna bring to me? Go on, let's go. Let's tango, mofo. Shit. Next time you better like let me know about the fine print before you fucking give me something. That one's on you. Shit. I don't give a fuck who it is. How big they look, how small they look, how many people they got around them. Shit, you wanna fuck around? Let's fuck around. I guarantee you go home a eunuch. You don't want to be a eunuch? Darn. You gonna be missing something after you fuck with me. I'm laughing because my mom did a really great job from the heavens and while she was on this earth. Thank you, Mom. I honestly, 10 years ago, I didn't think I had what it takes to be a mom or a pop, to be honest. Even though I had daughters, I didn't think I had what it takes. Because what it takes is the ability to defend that family from every fucking threat, mental, emotional, physical, or otherwise. If you can't defend yourself, how can you defend a family? How could you defend a group of people? They're gonna get a fucking target painted on their back. And the spirit, the divine spirit, no doubt by the propulsion of my mother, they taught me what I needed to do to be able to know how to do that much. And I'm not talking physically. When it comes down to somebody getting hurt emotionally, to be able to pull that person back into who they are, to help them realize the confidence they had before, and to help give them, even in that moment, an ability so that they are never hit on that emotional level again. That specific topic, that area, they're going to have something in their pocket that no one else ever can use against them on that platform. We're going to learn in a forever advantage. We're going to categorize this into life lesson. We're going to get a lot of life lessons, a whole lot. We want to get as many as we can in this life. The more life lessons we can get here, so less reincarnations we need to live through, and we can move on to the next phase, the next cool stuff. Finding channels for your energy. Finding channels for your energy. Okay. I've talked about this on other levels, but there's times when I'm very happy and I want to laugh. I want to laugh at everything. I don't care if it's spiritual. I don't care if it's godly. I don't care if it's satanic. I don't care if it's a movie. I don't care what it is. I want to giggle and laugh. And at those particular moments, sometimes, not often, not all the time, but there will be times, and I'll be around somebody else, and they're in a very kind of mood. Woe is me. And I'm like, you know, like nothing can change their mood. Not happiness, not a laugh, not love, not joy, nothing. So I just gotta mosey on. I gotta mosey on. I can't sit there and keep taking it. If I keep hearing verbal complaining, verbal woe is me, verbal life sucks, to me, that's like getting punched in the face. Uh, 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 Whoa, I didn't do nothing to deserve all this feeling. I done stuff to be happy. I work with my shadow, I work with that. So it helps me understand whether somebody's done shadow work or not. It helps me understand whether somebody's actually connected with their heart or not. It helps me understand who they are. When I understand who somebody is, that it allows me to navigate life around them. And when I say navigate life around them, I mean so that things are kosher, so that things are smooth, so that arguments aren't happening. People with a bad heart are going to think, oh, you manipulate, do this and do that. And of course they will think like that because that's how they think all the time. So they're going to apply that reasoning to someone else, to what they're doing. When you're doing something with a good intention and a good heart, people will very much, with bad minds, bad thoughts, bad lives, regret through the past, they will apply all of that bad onto your action of good as if they were in your position. And they imagined all the bad they'd be able to accomplish because now they got a little power. So they can go rah, rah, smash, smash. So all their words, all their thoughts, illusion. When we see other people living life through and out and of an illusion, well, guess what? You could walk right through that bitch and shatter it like glass. With who you really are, with what you decide to do, not what you say. Let your actions speak. Because these days, some their words have some merit, some their words have some value. And I do say some in the great scope of the population of this world. But the majority, they don't even know where they going today, let alone tomorrow, let alone what they did yesteryear. Don't be distracted. Fun is nice. But if anything, that was just a pit stop on my journey. Mine staying there. I like happy and I like joy. But gosh dog it, I like getting my senses together and honed and focused on something like I'm hungry for the hunt. Start lining things up and putting together. In that moment, I'm focused. When I get really focused on something, often people around me will think I'm angry. They'll think I'm upset. They'll think I'm having a bad day, like right away, because when I'm focused on something, my emotions are absent. Yeah, because I'm focused on information, on data, on hard facts, on logistics, on every single fucking piece of minutia, whether it be material or immaterial, spiritual or quantum or anything else you want to label it as. Emotions don't have any place around. Emotions don't have any business being focused. I made a decision. This decision has executed the choice. The choice is in action. There's no fucking emotion when the action's happening. Now, if there's tears pouring while there's action going, it's raining energy for whatever's going down. That's a fact about that right there. Learning how to use channels for your emotions, allowing you to go to the right space to be able to express that emotion without it getting interrupted, bypassed, or ignored is very important. Whether it be joy, whether it be anger, whatever it is. But finding a channel of activity to properly express that emotion is paramount to success in any aspect of life. Because if we can do that, then the volcano never has enough pressure to erupt. Think about it. If we can unleash one emotion properly and safely and well, hey, nice. And that's each one to each one as it happens. But if we cannot express those channels of activity, well, then we got sad, we got anger, we got happy, we got this and that, we got all these emotions, and now the pressures are building and it's building and they all come out together as once. And that's when we do something in life that truly tears down any ability to make a a decision that's not going to have bad, dire consequences. That's the moment to avoid that action of dire consequences. Avoid that by having options and channels to express an emotion as it comes up. I got all that anger out of me. Oh, now I'm all sad, and days later, everything's been good for a while. Days later, you get all sad and stuff. Well, anger's not present. Oh, go watch a movie. For me, I'll go watch a movie. I'll put something on, whatever the case, and I'm gonna get into that mind frame, and I'm gonna start crying. Boom, I'm gonna let them tears out, let them out. Boom, wow, okay, those are out. So now I know when I'm laughing, I'm not mixing tears or anger with my laughter. Careful with that. I do sometimes, but when I do, I'm just kidding. I do like my coffee. In your web browsing, searching, when you're working with somebody every day of your life, you know Joe at work. Probably know Joe's last name as well. Probably knows what he usually eats at lunch too. You can go online and you can type in esoteric meaning. Esoteric means like secret or hidden. Esoteric meaning, and then plug in the name, and it'll give you a meaning of that name. A lot of times I've found people don't necessarily always measure up to what their name has the meaning of from the obvious sight. However, there was a good portion of my life when I was running into a bunch of people, names were sticking out to me, and I was looking up every name of person I ran into. And it was literally messages from the divine coming to me. The name was the message. The name itself carried the meaning of the tarot card per se of whatever that message was supposed to be at that moment. There are meanings to names. And just because somebody isn't living up to that name does not mean they don't have that energy within them. They absolutely do. They absolutely do have that gift within their ability. On a shamanic side of things, number one, understand that it's not stealing, it's more like copying a file. Okay, I'm just copying information. You still have the original, I just hit the copy button and I have a copy of it. That's it. A lot of times people will have this ability within them of what the meaning of their name is, but they can't access it yet. They haven't unlocked that portion of it. You have to go through life and do good things in that shamanic journey. You don't have to go to a school or get enrolled or anything like that. The shamanic journey that one is just upon. Many people don't recognize the abilities they have because people around them are going to continually dismiss them. There's two groups of people. There's one group of people who never truly never seen it, heard it, know it, or anything. And there's another massive group of the population. I found this shit out myself. It's a massive group of the population. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what you're doing. And they're upset because they can't get to those results. And you did it without trying. They're jealous, they're mad, and they're angry. And all they can do is smile or grin and nod or say, nah, I never heard of that. Nah, that doesn't happen at all. It's not real. It's completely fabricated. Nope. Complete fake. What university you been to prove it doesn't exist? You know, it's harder to prove something doesn't exist than it is to prove that something does exist. How many years have scientists been investigating theories and hypotheses, and years later somebody else works on it and they finally figure it out, and now the human race is like, oh hey, we're smarter, we can do this now. Whoop. Yeah, follow that logic for a little bit. That's why you need to trust yourself. Don't worry about trusting. You don't need to trust other people. You need to trust yourself. Because when you get information from somebody and it sounds fucking crooked, you're gonna trust yourself that it sounds crooked, and you're gonna go, let me look into this shit. I asked him, and I got an answer, but let me look deeper. Let me look deeper than some AI response. Let me look deeper than just some Google response. Let me actually crack open a book that has 100 pages or more and read through somebody's investigative research on the subject. You know, even the notion of gravity is starting to change these days. You're starting to realize it has more to do with electrical magnetism than just fucking something pulling it to something under you. Oh, they're having the discussions. Oh, this stuff's going out. That's the thing about humans. And that's the thing I've realized myself. If we look back at our history, we have proven ourselves wrong and we've proven ourselves right. We've made mistakes. We thought we were smart, and then we learned we weren't. How long ago was it? Galileo or whoever it was said the Earth was round, and they said no, it's motherfucking flat, and they killed them or some shit like that. Yeah, yeah, go against what everybody else is saying. They'll kill you for it. That's how it's happened in the past. And then all these years later, well, now we got this funny argument going on whether our world's flat or round. If you want to know the truth, it's round with a lot of flat layers in the middle. You can believe me or not, it's round, more egg-like than a sphere. Go ahead and look that one up. And it has layers in the middle. That's the underworld. That's the duat. That's the region where other species live. And if you don't know your shit, you can't walk through there because you will fucking die. This is what the Egyptians, the Kemetics, were aware of. Way back then. We could go down to the bottom, take things down to the bottom, we could bring it up. The journey of the knightly soul was not necessarily of just your spirit. They actually descended into the fucking center of the world and came back up with information for the next day. That's never changed. And everything you're learning every day throughout all the stuff flying around and into the earth and out of the earth and around the earth and all that shit, you'll find you put it together sooner than later. But the reason why people are confused with the round or flat earth is because people who can remote view, who have this psychic ability to see, yet are not fully trained, they're seeing that flat layer. They're seeing one layer within the earth of a civilization that is living there, and thus it is seen as flat. And so you have both people confirming two realities. Oh wow, two realities coexisting as one. Sounds like a spiritual reality to me. I mean, come on, bro. You got the I forget which one it was. Okay, they go. It's they uncovered it. It's got a bunch of tombs for the Apis bull. They're big enough, solid granite pieces to put a Apis bull inside. They built it, carved it out of the ground, brought these things down in there. These huge granite sarcophagi or tombs. Put them in there. And they never put a fucking body in it. Not one. Not a motherfucking one. They were doing something else. They were smart enough to do the work underground. It's clues all around. People want to think that they did all that work just to fucking bury a body underground. Gotta be off your rocker to believe that. There's a lot more going on. There's a lot more happening. There's people that are seeing these realities. There's people that are receiving these realities through visions. This is what I want to bring back. This is what I'm channeling back. This is where I put an anchor in the past. I put an anchor for my soul to go to in the past. So I can pull back ancient information of the way the world used to work when it was smooth and no problems and no war and just fucking just goodness, progress and goodness. And we can get back there. We can do that again. But I've said it before, and it's something I speak on every day, and it's how we treat each other. We have individual cultures around the world for where we've grown up. It'd be interesting and nice if humanity had a culture itself. If our entire species had a culture of how we interact with each other. Yeah, you've got your own culture over there, but the worldwide, the human culture. I know how to treat a fellow life. I know how to respect a fellow life and not destroy it, not kill it, not harm it, able to protect it, able to defend it, able to call out to allies to help us. We need help. There's bad going on here. We need the bad gone. We need more help than what we can do. It's more than we can do. Come in, we help. Comes the culture of humanity. That would be a nice advancement forward, I do believe. But without that first, everything we make, everything we do seems to want to hurt somebody else. That's just something we got to get the flavor of out of our mouth. That's a bad aftertaste of our past. That does not have to be our future. It does not have to be what we live with, what we choose to live with. Why should one person get to treat everybody like crap. One person at the top gets to act like they're Mr. fucking King Kong, smash, smash, rah, rah, or whatever, man. Like, not cool King Kong defending, taking care of, but like bad, rah, rah, shit. And then everybody else feels bad at the bottom to support that one, telling other people to go kill other people. The fuck is that about? And now they got that whole thing working on an AI system that just gives them a list of names. That happens every day. Be nice if there was an AI system developed, could find like the most like place on earth that people need help. It's like, go help people over here. They're hurting bad over there. Boom, we can go help them over there. Or food and houses and building, health. Why do men have such the urge to still kill in our day and age the way they have? I'm not talking about people at the bottom. I'm talking about the shot callers at the top. There's enough resources. We can fix the planet. Why does it have to be big oil? Why can't it be like medium or little oil? Why can't they just take a fucking back seat and just go industrial? Like, let oil be medium with the industrial level, and then let common people in the household, everyday car commuting and shit have fucking renewable energy, which we have the ability to produce cars that could run for fucking 1,000 miles on water. Take a back seat. Be medium or little. Why do you have to be so fucking big? Big doesn't work. Don't you understand? That's why the dinosaurs aren't here anymore, because they were giants, and giants cannot be supported on Earth. We all have to be little and share. A giant takes too much. A big old titan, they're too much for our planet for us to be here too. They gonna use all the resources just for them, and that's what they're doing. They say we warming up the planet or some shit. You use less electricity. You're using your AC too much. What about all the goddamn explosions from rockets that go off and into our atmosphere every single freaking day? Why don't they take a fucking stop? That's the goddamn problem. Misdirection. Because the big giant don't want to bite the bullet and be medium or little. They want to be greedy. They want to be human and greedy. Well, I know what greed looks like, and I know what it sounds like too. My family, we don't fuck with that shit. Giants were outnumbered on our planet. That's why we don't see 20-foot mofos walking around anymore. There are some big people out there, I'll tell you what. Go to a sports game or see those kind of guys around. Shoot, all the Giants just got together right there. I mean, gathered the Giants up, turned them into sports stars. Don't have a social purpose, don't have this purpose, just make sure you wreck your body, smash your head in, and then you ain't gonna be able to think clearly after so many concussions. It's called CTE. Ever heard of it? You can look it up. CTE. It's a brain injury from successive concussions, in which, in the end of one's life, they literally like lose reason, go mad, and will create catastrophic endings. CTE, it's a real problem, and it happens. I used to enjoy watching football, and then I learned of that, and I heard some real stories that actually happened with individuals who had it, and the way their family ended, the whole life ended, like everything ended. And so it's not easy for me to watch a sport where I'm watching people literally destroy the one thing that allows them to have full, like, actual autonomy to be a sovereign, liberated individual. Their brain's gone. And that's how our world has taken the giants away from their spiritual purpose, from realizing what they can actually do on another reality in a world full of different standards. But money certainly does buy people's attention. Not mine. Not mine. I was able to make that distinction, at least for myself in my own life. I can't make that choice. I can't help other people see that, or have no clue or awareness of that kind of reality. But I see the world that we live in, and I see my family trapped in this group or that group or this section or that place or those colors or this or that. And that's whole fucking life is dedicated to it. This whole world, they want your whole life dedicated. Everything you do has to support that one thing. What the fuck? At least on the divine shamanic path, yeah, I'm going in the direction the divine wants me, but at least I get to do what the fuck I want. Jesus Christ. Good gosh golly almighty. You ever talk to somebody who was in war and then turned around moments later and talked to somebody who did some real hard time, like in the pen? For the exception of guns and planes, you do what they tell you to do. That's that. One, you're being protected from everybody. The other one, you're trying to kill everybody. One's a punishment. One's a recruiting system. Get rewarded. Taken care for life or pension or whatever they call it, savings, whatever fucking money things they got going on with that crap. It's an interesting world to consider the decisions that people are making at the top to the lives that we live at the bottom. It's interesting how everything's connected together, and the top and the bottom really, they're at the same level. If you look at it correctly, they ain't in separate dimensions. They're not in separate worlds. It's the same thing. They're one and of the same. May your heart be encouraged, strengthened, and motivated to continue in whatever your dreams are, whatever your pursuits are, whatever it is, whatever you want to do with your life. And may money not be an obstacle in your way. You can manifest your reality every single day. Every single day. And ain't nobody going to be able to knock you off. Heck, even if you fall off, you're falling onto your own foundation. You're like, oh yeah, it is familiar. Yep. Hey, you want to hear a joke? I got a joke for you. It's not a good joke. It's a funny joke. It's just a joke. It's not real. So my mom, she tells me, she gives me a tiger's eye stone, and she says, here, you put this down in your sock every day, no matter where you go. And she gave me a few others too. And she said, I said, why's it gotta go in my sock? She said, cause you don't always have pockets on you. I said, well, fair enough. Okay. All right. She said, it'll protect you. I said, it's for protection? She said, yes. I've prayed over this. I've spoken over this. This stone will bring you protection. It will protect you in a time of need. I said, okay. Stuff it down in my sock. And then one day, I was walking home. Somebody started heckling me. And they put out a weapon. They started running at me. I reached down, I pulled out my fucking rock, I chunked it at them, and all I know is they hit the goddamn ground. And I ran off. Fucking protected the shit out of me. It's just a joke. But along with that joke, I'm gonna bless you, motherfucker. I got a lot of talismans full of protection and blessings, so take this blessing. It's gonna hurt, but it'll bring you protection afterwards. I'm just being silly. I wouldn't throw a rock at anybody. I wouldn't. I had one dude. He got upset at me because we were like I call it play fighting because it was part of the like thing we were doing as part of the program, and so like we're all fighting like up with our arms and stuff like that, and like this is going on, and like I only have one good eye. If you don't know me, my left eye, I'm legally blind. It's all blurry. I got one good eye. So we're going like this fighting. I mean, physical, teenage, like 20s. I'm in my 30s, 20, upper 20s. I was throwing swings, shit like that up here, and then I look, and I'm looking down, and I actually took the time to look over while we're going like this, and I looked at the ground behind him. There was no stump, there was no rock. It was plain dirt ground. So this is going on. Brought my head back, put my right leg forward, tucked it under his leg, and pushed, and down he went. Oh, oh, oh! I was, it ended right there. I won. Easy enough. I didn't even have to throw a punch. I just pushed. And oh, he was angry, dude. This dude was a fighter. Okay, he's a fight. This dude knew how to fight. Days, a week later, from over 20 feet away, this motherfucker picks up a medium-sized stone. Medium-sized fucking stone. And that bitch was that close to hitting my spine. He chunked it at me while I was walking away from him. That close to my spine on my back. That's how pissed off as he was at me. I bested his ass, and that's how pissed. Mm-hmm. The next year, I could do my jacket. It's a fucking Wolverine jacket. It had two stripes, the leather jacket, and everything's fucking dope biker jacket. I'm not a biker, but anyways, it's a great jacket. Anyways, I gave it to him. But I saw him a year later, and yeah, he had the jacket and everything. It's cool, we're cool. And I sat across the street where we're at, and the street's just a dirt road. And I'm sitting across the street just doing my thing, and the dude is fighting another dude, and I watch them start from the beginning. The other dudes are training together. They obviously know their moves. The dude who I was talking about from the beginning, he has no weapon to start with. The other dude has like a sword and a dagger. He has a dagger. No, he didn't. He didn't start out with. He just started out with a dagger, a wooden dagger. And so they go at it, and the dude fucking disarms. He takes the full speed and everything, dude. This dude fucking disarms the motherfucker, takes a goddamn dagger out of his fucking hands, and bests him fucking right in that sequence. Like it didn't happen like that, but it was fucking fed. This dude's good. This dude's good. And he got better. Huh. Like he got better after and there was just a personal connection in a moment where it was like there was some mass motivation in him and me and what transpired, and that moved him to be better than he was already good, but now he was moving to great. He needed some, he just whatever. So it's cool. Well, it didn't hit my spine. My back's okay. We're all right. But there's often things that people aren't paying attention to. When somebody's focused in this direction, and that might be the very place that you're, where they're aiming at you. That's when they ain't looking low. That's when they ain't looking to the side. That's when they ain't looking behind them. They don't know what the fuck they're looking at one direction. I know what happens when I focus. I'm looking at one fucking direction. So when I'm focused, nothing's gonna keep up with me. I already got a head start. You go ahead, fly behind me. Ain't gonna pull me off. Other people, they get focused and they leave details out. They don't think about all the angles. They're not thinking about the little person at the bottom and the person at the big top. They ain't thinking about everybody in the middle. They're not seeing it on one level ground. There's something they're missing. I know that much. And that's what I'm going to capitalize on. I'm going to find it. I'll survive what I need to. I'll find it. And that's where I'm going to capitalize. That's where I'm going to start plugging away every single fucking day. And by the time I got a product in my hands, by the time I manifested fucking reality, too late for you to have anything to counter it. I already did 1, 2, 3, and just in case you figured out something for move number 3, I got 4, 5, and 6 lined up, motherfucker. I know you didn't plan to 6. Nobody plans a fucking 6. They get to 5 maybe if you got a really smart, intelligent motherfucker, but shit. In life, people, if anything, I got 3 moves ahead. If that. That's it. But the ability to adapt in the moment, the ability to connect intuitionally and pluck an idea out of thin air and run with that, the unpredictability that you have, they will not even be able to understand how you're coming at them. And in their confusion, you walk in peace. Because if somebody who's trying to attack me is now confused, they're not fighting me. A person who's confused, generally speaking, they want to get a fix on what they're about to swing off on. So keep changing, keep shifting, keep being who you are, ever adaptable, undefinable. You want to put me in a category, throw me in a divine class. Everything else, human, I'm gonna break out that box. You got another box for me? I'll break out that labeling too. Because life is life. And I support life. I love life. Life is good. Life is life. And right now is a crucial time in our planet to value life. to not seek destruction, to not seek all those negative things, but to come together. That's a whole nother. It's different. We are stronger together. This is fact. And we are the 99%. It's our family. It's our community. It's our planet. It's our home. It's how we survive together. It's how this world keeps moving forward. I don't know about you, but I really don't want to see this world still killing each other with bombs and war. I want to see it change. Are we not wiser than this? Have we not survived more than this? Have we not suffered enough in our past? I truly believe we have, and I truly believe enough people are alive and have good hearts. And every single day we do change the world for the better. So I thank you for being here. I thank you for hanging out as often as you do. You can develop your character every day. Your stories that you amass through life, you learn from them, and you got a story to survive. You are the story, you are the legend. You are the one who made it through all those other times when those around you couldn't. You are living, you are breathing, you are the survivor, but you are more than a survivor. You can thrive. I got to a certain point in my life where I was satisfied just to survive. And that was okay for a time. And then I said, you know what, I'm tired of surviving. This kind of way of life sucks. Now, I ain't rich, I ain't got no money backup or anything like that. So I decided to change. I decided to learn. I've really been doing that through my whole life. Learning. Learning from other people's mistakes. I could be in that position making that. I think like that too. Yep. Oh, and that's what they're going through? Oh, yeah, I don't want to go through that. Yeah, okay, I see what, uh-huh. Okay, don't do that, don't do that. Boom, I know. Keep my aim forward. Man, life can be nice and hunky-dory right now. And things can go solid. And we can enter a situation. And just because things have been going good for so long, we think it's just going to keep being good. So we decide to stick around and things turn out to be worse. They start getting bad. Something we didn't notice. And that's one thing I've constantly learned about with too much excessive happiness is details are missed, things are overlooked, values are not respected and honored. And when they're not, you don't take care of something, it's going to rust, mold, turn to junk, and be no good for nothing. And I know that my mind and my heart are meant for good and definitely meant for a whole lot of something. And that's what I do. So build yourself up if nobody else is. Because you need it. You need it. You're trying. You're working. You got a good heart. And when I say working, I mean you're on your journey. I'm not talking about a job, a 9 to 5. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about your journey. You're making good decisions when nobody's looking. You're doing the correct thing, even though nobody's around. And you do the good thing when people look, and then you get blamed for something bad. You are no part of this world, and that's why you don't fit into their compliments. Because you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal, you don't do these underhanded things. You don't plan. If you did them, you didn't plan on it happening. You got stuck in a situation, you got scared, and you lied, and then you, oops, gosh, that happens. But you didn't plan all that out. You didn't be some mad. You didn't try to be some crook or something over someone else. You got a good heart, and that good heart needs a reminder that it's good. Because there's enough in this world that's going to tell you you're not and wants you to fit in with them. But I tell you, that age is dying out. It's dying out. It's just it's just few giants making a big ruckus in our world. Because a giant speaks, and then it's spoken through 6 different news outlets, and then on all these sub pages online and crap like that. That's how they're a giant. And you don't even know it was them who said it. Because they got different shit coming out over all these. They got a little something. They got a little. What the fuck? I don't know what to make. Heads or tails? No, you don't, because they confuse you from the start. So I decided to not be confused. Follow the truth. Follow my heart. And regardless of events around my life, I'm going to beautify every place I will go into. Regardless of what somebody thinks, I'm going to spread good energy into that environment. I'm going to keep being me no matter what, because I know who I am. And I know who you are. My friend, fellow, my dear brother, my sister, much love, many blessings. And until tomorrow, we'll be live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT if you're in another part of the world. Much love and many blessings. Donde Kauai.